innovation and holistic development. Inspired by the ideals of Sister Nivedita, the university is committed to nurturing young minds through quality education, research, and strong industry-oriented learning. CIIR 2026 reflects this very vision. This conference provides a global platform for researchers, academicians, industry experts, and students to come together and exchange ideas on emerging trends in data science, computational intelligence, informatics, pattern recognition, and information retrieval. It aims to foster collaboration, encourage innovative research, and inspire young scholars to explore new frontiers in these rapidly evolving fields. We are truly honored by the presence and participation of young minds across the nation, and we look forward to insightful discussion and meaningful exchanges over the course of this conference. Thank you, and I welcome you all once again. I would request all the dignitaries, our Pro-Chancellor Sir, our keynote speaker, and our Senior Professor and Dean Madam to please come and inaugurate the session. Shoikat Sir, Rana Sir, Abhishek Sir, please join. Shovik Da. Thank you. We are truly privileged to have among us eminent personalities whose vision and leadership continue to inspire academic excellence and innovation. I would now request our esteemed Pro-Chancellor Sir, Professor Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay Sir, patron of CIIR 2026, to please come up, and I would request Professor Dr. Shoikat Maity Sir to please felicitate Sir. Sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, if you can please share a few words.
A very good morning to all of you present over here. And also, I think this is a hybrid mode, so there may be certain participants who are in online also supposed to be here. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here in this second international conference on computational intelligence and information retrieval, and which called CIIR 2026. I definitely congratulate the Department of Computer Science for organizing this, and specifically the head of the department, Abhishek Bhattacharya, and the team, all the faculty members who are here at the back of this particular conference and trying to make this conference a real success. Now, I just came to know that if we consider from the last year, this year's response is much, much higher, and it's very difficult for the people to actually come back with the selected papers who are going to be presented here. Now, today, from my background, if I want to understand the whole subject area, you know that this computational intelligence and information retrieval, these two are very important for us who are working in the field of genomics. Because once this particular whole genome data set is actually been coming up after the Human Genome Project, and after that particular time period, the information which are available with respect to these biological sciences is such a huge. There, this CIIR is really very, very important because its application is very important. And most importantly, I could find it out that the thing what we could find it out in our working area, in general, not only in genomics, but in general, if we look at the healthcare industry itself, it has got a huge amount of gained, such a huge amount of new procedural things with respect to the personalized medicine, what we are talking about, with respect to the diagnostics, with respect to whatever, analyzing the radiographs. In all these particular cases, there are huge importance of this particular concept of this computational intelligence and information retrieval. But combining the two, the thing what is emerging, I find it out. In our biological science, we generally call it recombination. But here what we could find as we call is intelligence retrieval. It's a combination of the two, which are actually having a huge amount of, if we could find it out in the last 2 or 3 years, the amount of publications which are actually coming out from that particular area is such high, and the impact of this is very important. So I'm sure that this particular conference is going to cover up with all the different aspects, and to make this particular area is really a real interdisciplinary area where your impact is not only in the area of healthcare, but I'm sure that in the even in the field of the financial market, people are talking about this information retrieval becoming is such an important thing, because all the fraud detection and other things, all over you can see this particular impact of the whole thing. I'm sure that we have the keynote speaker over here. Thank you, ma'am, for coming and joining us and really giving this particular inaugural session. Very important contribution from your part because of your presence over here. And I would find a huge number of eminent speakers are also going to be here, along with a large number of paper presenters. And it's very important that our publication partner is the Springer Nature, and the papers which are going to be selected, reviewed by these, are going to be published over there. And definitely, if you look at the bottom, there are almost, we have representations from almost 11 different countries over here, and which is very important, that in today's world, this not only interdisciplinary, but intercontinental participation, collaboration, understanding is becoming very, very important. And so, at the end, I just want to say that Sister Nivedita University, as mentioned by Noshpita, very rightly she mentioned that this is a seat of learning where we are really nurturing the knowledge in a way so that we can have this particular most recent information gathered and their application, and that what we want to give it to our students also. And from that point of view, these are very, very important. Thank you again to all the participants, all the faculty members, and all the senior dignitaries who are present over here, and definitely the Dean of Engineering and Science over here, Professor Malavitru, for being over here. Looking forward to a great success for this conference. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for such encouraging words. It really inspires us to hold this type of event year by year. Now I would request Dr. Mala Mitro, Dean School of Science and Technology, to please come up, and I would request Professor Atul Chaudhary, sir, to please felicitate ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Please share a few words.
A very good morning to everyone present here, our Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir, our esteemed guest, keynote speaker, madam, the senior professors of Department of Engineering and all other faculty members and students who are present here, and the delegates and the participants who are joining online. A very warm welcome from Sister Nivedita University and School of Science and Technology to this event. This is indeed a unique kind of event, I'd say, because this is a consecutive second year, and this university is not very old. So, as I would say that as a child, it's a huge milestone we can boast of, that the department is arranging this kind of international conference, consecutive second year, and we will be definitely looking forward to more and more. So as our Pro-Chancellor has mentioned that this field, this is a conference on computational intelligence and information retrieval. So this is a very emerging field. Nevertheless, I mention or not, it's a very emerging field, and they have chosen this particular one. So this is a very interdisciplinary aspect is there. So whatever have been mentioned by Pro-Chancellor, I don't like to repeat that, but I was actually talking to Madam, our esteemed guest, and the same thing have been, we gathered the same kind of information while just chatting with her, that this kind of information in healthcare, obviously it would give us a chance of survival. In many cases, maybe the chance of survival can extend up to 20, 30, 40 and more percentage. So information is important in everywhere, in other fields too, as mentioned by our Pro-Chancellor, sir. I was remembering that it's even important for history of universe, general history, astrophysics, and maybe many other fields we are forgetting to mention. And each and every field is important, but that would give us some importance to address the civilization and to contribute to the civilization in a more refreshing manner. So I just obviously congratulate, I would again take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of Computer Science for organizing this kind of events, and congratulate to all other faculty members and students who are really participating. And there are many papers, many interesting papers, presentations which are waiting for us. So we are really looking forward to these 2 days, and just requesting all of you to you'd really think about in a more interdisciplinary manner. We are really looking forward to the presentations. Okay, so I won't take much time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, now I would take this opportunity to invite Dr. Kalyavani Chelappan, our keynote speaker, distinguished keynote speaker, I would request our Pro-Chancellor, sir, to kindly felicitate ma'am. Thank you. We will have a session from ma'am after the tea break, and we are really excited for the session. Now I would invite Professor Atul Chaudhary, sir. He is a distinguished educationist and an academician. We are really honored to have sir within us. So I would request sir to please come up, and I would request Professor Dr. Rana Majumdar, sir, to kindly felicitate sir. Sir, I would request you to please share some words.
Good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, students, participants, and all the paper presenters. It's my great opportunity to be here and to stand in front of you. So I have nothing to say very much, because I am part of this organizing this committee. So only thing I like to say you, this time, the second year in consecutive, this time we have almost 1,000 papers and we accepted less than 10%. So that indicates the success of this conference. Just the second year, still young, and the entire credit goes to the team of Computer Science SNU, and be a part of this development. I really feel proud. I wish you all success of this conference, and I think all the participants from the institute and outside the institute will really enjoy and will be enriched by this conference. Thank you.
We also have an emeritus professor, Dr. Debashish Majumdar, ex-director CIIR among us. I would also like to invite sir on stage, and I would request Dr. Sharup Kumar Ghosh to kindly felicitate sir. Sir, kindly share a few words.
Respected Pro-Chancellor, sir, respected dignitaries present here, all the scholastic personalities who are contributing to this conference, very good morning to all of you. I will not take much time because the day-long program for which you are waiting, I want that should start soon. But 3 points to mention from purely scientific and technical point of view. There are 2 parts of this conference. One is the computational intelligence, and the second part is information retrieval. Now we are observing Himalayan growth of intelligence because generative AI has almost entered to our kitchen even. But in the second part, scientists are struggling to address the fundamental question, what is information, which is related to intelligence as well. I can give you one example. have you ever thought that from the childhood till date, what amount of information you have stored in your brain, in your memory, if you want to implement that using the available hardware today, using the available memory technology today, what amount of volume it will consume? But in our brain, definitely that volume is not present. Then what is the mystery? How we could store the information in our brain with a finite volume available to the brain? There are two fundamental definitions of information. One is given by Claude Shannon, all of you know. The second one is given by R.A. Fisher. In the common computer scientist, all they are using these two. There are many variants of that, but these are two principal information, these things. But have you ever thought that like mass, like length, like time, whether information is also a fundamental parameter? These are the questions now scientists are struggling. And the last point I want to mention is the logic. Now, we are also hearing that quantum computing is coming up in a very big way. And all you know, I'm sure, that the logic which the quantum world follows is definitely drastically different from the logic followed by the macroscopic world. And that is going to take a very quite jump in the processing of information. Because quantum entanglement, which provides the non-locality, followed by the famous theorem of John Bell, started with the queries of Einstein that nature does not allow to play die with its parameters. So that becomes a reality, experimentally verified. A couple of years back, Alan Aspects and all the groups who has experimentally proved the entanglement, that proves that entanglement is a reality. What it is, the two quantum systems, one is available with you on the Earth, the other one is available on Andromeda, but still they have a strong correlation. That strong correlation is not available with classical systems, classical computing. So with these problems, I am sure that this kind of topic will be discussed at length during the 2 days of this conference. And finally, I extend my highest level of gratitude to all the members of Computer Science Department of Sister Nivedita University and the authority of Sister Nivedita University to encourage them to organize this kind of fantastic conference in advanced area like computational intelligence and information retrieval. I hope you will enjoy the conference. Thank you. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abhishek Bhattacharya, Head of the Department Computer Science, to deliver his welcome note. Sir.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries, Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir. I would like to welcome all of you in second International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Information Retrieval, CIIR 2026. We have started this journey from last year. It's a new conference. Last year we had CIIR 2025. That was the inception year. And this is the second version of CIIR. This year, we have received exceptional responses from authors around the world. Approximately, we have received 1,200 submissions from different parts of the world. After extensive review process, finally, we selected only 84 papers. And finally, these 84 papers will be presented in the conference. And finally, these 84 papers will be sent to Springer. Now, out of these 84 papers, 34 papers are international papers. That means they are from outside India. And out of those 34 papers, all those papers, international papers, will be presented in online mode, because in post-COVID scenario, definitely the people started avoid traveling, and because of that reason, nowadays most of the international papers are presented in online mode. So here also all 34 international papers will be presented in online mode today and tomorrow, mostly tomorrow. Today 21 papers will be physically presented. Out of those 21 papers, 15 papers are from different part of India, including West Bengal, as well as we are having a couple of papers from the students as well as faculty members of Sister Nivedita University. So again, I would like to welcome all of you in second international conference on computational intelligence and information retrieval. As all of you know, that computational intelligence mostly refer to the evolutionary algorithms, and those evolutionary algorithms are primarily used for solving complex real-world problems, where most of the traditional techniques or traditional algorithms are not that much appropriate. On the other hand, all of you know that information retrieval, CIIR, is a buzzword nowadays, and CIIR represent extracting meaningful information from data. And nowadays, the data is growing exponentially. So when we merge these two techniques, computational intelligence and information retrieval, the impact will be huge. And nowadays, not only merging computational intelligence and information retrieval are essential, not only it is essential, it is mandatory. And finally, it leads to the discovery of knowledge in different part of the industry, as well as academics, as well as a different part of the research. Computational intelligence actually empowers information retrieval. So by amalgamation of these two concepts, different interesting works are being carried out in different part of the world. And nowadays, I hope by attending all the keynote sessions and by witnessing the different paper presentation sessions, whoever are present today in SNU, as well as who will be presenting in online mode, each and everyone will be benefited. So again, I would like to thank the management of Sister Nivedita University for giving us the opportunity to organize this conference. And again, welcome all of you in CIIR 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your words. So this time, I just want to call all the faculty members one by one who have paid their effort to make the conference successful. So I would like to request our Dean Ma'am, Dr. Mala Mitro, Professor Dhrubajyoti sir, Dr. Atul Chaudhuri, Dr. Debashis says, please come on stage, and it will be helping us to felicitate our other faculty members. So first, I would like to call Dr. Shoikat Maiti, Director of IQAC and the Senior Professor of the Department of Computer Science. Sir, please come on stage. Followed by Dr. Shobhik Pal, Dr. Sharup Kumar Ghosh, Dr. Moushumi Bhattacharya, Dr. Sadip Mitta, Dr. Ashmita Roy, Dr. Shoma Dotto. Please, I am requesting all of you, please come one by one. Dr. Rana Mujumdar, Dr. Alamgir Sardar, Dr. Orkoprabhu Bhaduri Mondol, Professor Basudev Saha, Professor Aritro Ghosh, Professor Shubhra Haldar, Professor Biswarup Maiti, Dr. Pritam Goswami, Professor Shorujit Maiti, Professor Aritro Sinha, Dr. Kritanto Shaha, Dr. Shayani Mondol, Professor Santlal Prajapati, Professor Ditu Borai, Professor Arijit Paul, Dr. Bidyut Ghosh, Dr. Satakshi Ghosh, Professor Lavoni Shaha, Masum Alam, Chandra Kormukar, Dr. Arijit Das, Professor Ajit Nath Bhaumik, Shushmita Sen, Supriya Dana, Anjan Shar, Mirmoy Deb, Bishwajit Shaha, Pৌরবী Sengupta, Kaushik De, Debroop Mitra, Krishnendu Shaha. Bhattacharya, so they are the key person to make the entire conference successful. Thank you all of you for your best efforts. Yes, sir, I will be coming. Yes, sir. I'd also like to request our HR, Wendela Mukherjee, and one of our very close to the department, and he's also department as well as assistant register, and also very related to our departmental role faculty member, Prabhuddha Chatterjee. Please come on the stage. Sweetie Pal, please come. I would like to request our Assistant Dean, Dr. Anirban Mitra, please come on stage. We have our Director IQSC, Dr. Ramaranjan sir. Sir, please come on stage. IIC, sorry. Sir, please come on stage. Dr. Anirban Mitra, Associate Dean. Okay. So this is a felicitation to you. So thank you all for being here and associated with us. So I'm declaring now the tea session and a small networking session. After this, we will be assembling here for our first keynote. So please connectly kind with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. কোভিডের পর কেউ আসে না, এগুলো কেন বলতে হচ্ছে? মাথাটা মানে আরামসে বললেন ম্যাক্সিমাম ফরেন পেপার কালকে প্রেজেন্ট হবে, সব আজকে সৌভিকের সেশনে আছে। ব্যাস, খুব ভালো আছে।
I welcome you all back after the short tea break. So now we have with us our Pro Vice Chancellor, Madam Academics, Professor Dr. Madhumita Guha Majumdar. I request ma'am to kindly come up on stage, and I would request Dr. Moushami Bhattacharya ma'am to kindly felicitate ma'am. Ma'am, just a few words from you, kindly.
Respected Pro-Chancellor Sir, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty members, and innovative researchers, good morning to all of you. It's a privilege to join you at this international conference on computational intelligence and information retrieval. I'll keep my words brief as the researchers are eager to present their innovative ideas. This gathering is more than an academic event. It's a spark for innovation, collaboration, and inspiration. Conferences remind us that progress happens when bright minds come together, share ideas, and challenge boundaries. For the young scholars, this is your moment to explore new avenues of research, to be inspired by global perspectives, and to see how your curiosity can transform into impactful contributions. For the academicians and industry leaders, this is a chance to bridge theory and practice, ensuring that research translates into solutions that society truly needs. To all participants, I encourage you to engage fully, connect widely, and carry forward the energy of these 2 days into your future work. The true success of this conference will be measured not only in papers presented and published, but in collaborations formed and ideas ignited. Together, let us harness the power of computational intelligence and information retrieval to shape a smarter, more inclusive, and transformative future. Thank you, and I wish this conference a great success.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request Dr. Minal Parekh, Publicity and Media Chair of CIIR 2026, to please come up, and I would request our HOD Sir, Professor Dr. Abhishek Bhattacharya Sir, to felicitate ma'am. Ma'am, kindly share a few words.
Very good afternoon to all the attendees and, of course, my seniors, Pro-Chancellor Sir, Vice-Chancellor Sir, and all senior professors. I'm obliged that being from media, I've been included into something that is very close to media, because we are all about communication, creation, and innovation. So all the best to the team, which has been working very hard and led by able leaders. So all the best to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we would proceed towards the proceeding opening ceremony. I would request our Pro-Chancellor, sir, Pro-Vice-Chancellor, madam, and all the senior professor, including our head of the department, Professor Dr. Abhishek Bhattacharya, sir, to please come up. Atul, sir, Debashish, sir, please come up on stage. Minal, madam. And of course, our keynote speaker, ma'am, please come up on the stage. Dean, madam. Okay, now we also have Shongita Bonik with us. We have felicited all the organizers. She missed out, so I would request her to please come up, and I would request Shoikat sir to kindly felicitate Shongita as a part of the organizing committee. She is the assistant registrar as well as a part of an integral part of the Department of Computer Science. Okay, now we would begin with the keynote session. We have the distinguished speaker, Dr. Kalyavani Chelappan, with us. Ma'am has received the Bachelor of Engineering degree honors in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from the University of Science, Malaysia in 1995, and the Master's degree in Computer Science and the PhD degree in Electrical, Electronics and Systems from the University Kebangsaan, Malaysia in 2000 and 2009 respectively. She was an instrumentation engineer from 1995 to 1997. From 1998 to 2011, she served in various academic administration positions in Malaysia private education centers. Currently, she is an associate professor with the Department of Electrical, Electronics and System Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, University Kebangsaan, Malaysia, where she leads the Healthcare Engineering Research Group. She is and was the principal investigator of many national projects and has been involved in several other national international projects. Her research interests include cloud, edge, the IoT, AI/ML, and the digital health. She founded PKS, an Industry 4.0 technology competency training center to bridge the gap between academia and industry. She serves as a reviewer from many international journals. She organized numerous industry, community events and served as the TPC chair and international chair. We are really honored to have ma'am among us. So I would request ma'am to please come up and begin her keynote speech.
Very good morning to
esteemed colleagues, researchers and guests. Welcome to the second International Conference on Computational Intelligence and Information Retrieval 2026. Before we start, I want to extend my gratitude to Sister Nivedita University for inviting me, and also for University Kebangsaan Malaysia to granting the traveling and allow me to be here on this great event. And my name is Kalaivani Chelapan, and today we are going to explore a topic that is fundamentally reshaping our field, leveraging AI and LLMs for next generation software intelligence, which is very much related, I believe, into the conference titled to the theme today on computational intelligence and information retrieval. Right. So, from deployment reality to research frontiers. That's what we're going to explore. And we will look at how we take these powerful tools out of the laboratory and make them survive the harsh realities of the physical world. With that, to understand, let me see. Yeah. To understand where we are going, we must look at where we have been. For decades, software has been built to do one thing: execute instructions. It was deterministic, controlled, and predictable. But today, we are entering a new paradigm. We are shifting from instruction-driven system to intelligent-driven systems. We are moving away from software that merely executes towards software that truly understands. So this is our first challenge, I believe, in transferring our normal practice into a new understanding. If we look at the screen now, you can see this shift visually. On the left, we have the traditional instruction-driven approach, a step-by-step staircase of deterministic execution. If A happens, then to B. But on the right, we see the intelligence-driven model. This is software that does not just follow a rigid path. It interprets, it reasons, it adapts, and it collaborates. This is the difference between a simple calculator and an active solving partner. So today we're looking at software to become our partners in solving problems. It's not anymore taking instruction from us and compute what we want them to compute. We are really looking at it to even advise and guide us through in certain applications. So that's the real shift that we are looking at. Continuing with that, what do we mean by software intelligence? That is very important. I think for our young generation, the word software intelligence, what we really mean by that? Are we saying that software is going to, completely intelligent and I don't need to do anything? Like what we try to do with ChatGPT. We pose some simple questions and whatever Chat produce, we take it literally, that is going to be the answer. But let's us explore a little on this. Now, the term software intelligence is often misused in our industry as a buzzword. What does it actually mean in practice? True software intelligence requires 4 things, starting with systems that learn from data, systems that dynamically adapt to their context, then followed by systems that interact with us in natural language and critically. Finally, system that assists us in making decisions under uncertainty. So this is just not just about raw computational power, it is about cognitive flexibility. So when we talk about cognitive flexibility, let's look at the different quadrant in the software, cognitive software. These bring us to a quadrant of cognitive software. Historically, we had traditional machine learning to learn from data and deep learning to adapt to context. We had probabilistic models to assist under uncertainty. This is where AI, machine learning, and deep learning converge. But the large language model, or the LLMs today, have changed the interface layer entirely. They have overridden the old interaction paradigm and allowing humans and machine to speak the same language. Now we are in an era where both of us speak that same language. So how do we look into this, and how the rise of LLM is changing the whole scenario? So why this movement is different? A skeptic might ask, yeah? We have had an AI before. We had expert system, neural network, and predictive models. Why is this movement different? The answer is that models like GPT-4 and Llama have demonstrated a clear and unprecedented shift. We are seeing a convergence of capability that we simply did not have 5 years ago. So we are looking at things changing from, we could see the language as an interface now, and system can now understand intent, not just input. And generalization across domains. A single model can support different type of solutions. Healthcare, diagnostic, when we say CNN. CNN can be used in many other things with the support of LLM now. Earlier, we used to be very strict. This is for this. But now it's not anymore. And it's also that emergent reasoning capabilities which coming in. Not perfect, but it's powerful. Enough to summarize, generate, and assist decisions. But how do we manage this correctly is our next task. So when we look at the convergence of the three breakthroughs, this moment is defined by the convergence of major breakthroughs. First, intent recognition. The system understands what you meant, not just what you typed. We can type some words. That's why now they say the prompt is important. The importance of the prompt is actually going to give the meaning to what you are typing. Second, domain generalization. A single model can now support healthcare diagnostic, industrial automation, and education systems alike. Third is the emergent reasoning. Just now, while not perfect, these models are powerful enough to summarize data, generate solutions, and actively assist in a complex decisions. So, how, if we as researchers or students who are in this generation going to adapt into this? Let's look at that language as an ultimate interface layer. Because of this language has become an ultimate interface layer, users no longer need to speak the machine's strict syntax. The LLM acts as an intent translation engine. It bridges the gap between the messy natural language and the precise deterministic action happening underneath the hood, like executing a database query or triggering an API. So today, is it important for me to know how do I code in a particular language? It's becoming less important. And what is becoming more important is understanding the process, understanding what is being generated by the LLM in this process. So how do I deepen my understanding is what is going to be important here. Right. Now, evolving the core architecture itself, how we want to be ready to face this. The completely evolves our core software architecture. We are moving from static linear principles or pipelines in traditional system past the continuous feedback loops of early AI and into a realm of LLM augmented system. So these modern systems are emergent that rely on context, orchestration, and grounded reasoning. So the human here is no longer just an operator or a supervisor. The human is collaborator. And today, the unemployment that we are facing practically comes from here. We are not able to be a collaborator. We still behave as operators and supervisors. We need to be collaborator. We need to able to engage with the industries to solve the problem the industry is actually challenged by the needs of the business. So as long as you are not being the collaborator, you are not going to be employed. So how do you prepare yourself as a graduate being ready to be a collaborator rather than just an operator or a supervisor who's delivering the task? So I think institutions also have to play a part in this, preparing graduates to be collaborators, not merely the operators and supervisors anymore. So this is no longer just software engineering, this is a cognitive system design. So when we talk about cognitive system design, we are looking at deploying the cognitive architecture in the physical world. So we are trading the rigid gears of traditional software for the adaptable neural network of the AI system. We are moving from deterministic, rule-based, and predictable movements to ones that are data-driven, adaptive, and inherent probabilistic. So, but this trade-off comes with a significant challenge when we leave the laboratory, and we are looking at deploying, how do I say that? When we deploy the cognitive architecture into the physical world, whether it is healthcare, AI monitoring patient vitals, or industrial automation managing the factory sensors, or the smart energy managing the grid telemetry, we realize a hard truth. Intelligence does not live in AI model alone. True intelligence emerges from the continuous interaction between sensors, messy data streams, and our cognitive decision layers. So how do we actually design the cognitive decision layers is now next challenge for us, right? So I'm giving a simple example, a system that almost failed, I said. This is one of our projects. Yeah? The system was convincing but entirely wrong. We found this was not a model failure, but it was a system failure. We had an EMG sensor that's actually pick up information from the muscles, and then we have a cloud processing and an AI model and decision output. So we were targeting on post-stroke patients to look at their recovery process. When they keep doing the exercise for a long term, but they did not know am I really recovering? What's happening? I don't see significant changes in my daily activity. But how do we convince them to continue? Then we thought by measuring their EMG, we could actually show them that there is improvements in them. But what has happened in this is there was a plausible but a little hallucination in the decision saying that you have recovered, but the patient actually don't feel the recovery. So that is the real challenge we faced in this. So imagine a healthcare system, the reading complex sensor telemetry, sending it to cloud and running it through an AI model. The system produced a false abnormal detection. It's generated a medical anomaly that was incredibly plausible. So highly convincing, but entirely factual hallucinated. So this was, again, it's not a failure of the model, but it was failure of the overall system architecture. So we did not actually took that entire process into the understanding of the rehabilitation process was not taken into consideration through modeling the cognitive layer. So that was the false. So then we went back to the hospital and asked them, how do you actually measure? Then they said, we used MMT as the measurement to see they have a scoring between 0 to 5. So those scores then adapted into the cognitive layer, and we saw a better results. And we have published in January this year in a live MDPI journal to show that what is the impact of that research. So these are things that we really need to take into consideration. So talking about augmentation, not replacement. So this actually teaches us a vital lesson. LLMs are not replacing legacy domain models. They are augmenting decision intelligence, the deterministic engine, the hard rules of the system must remain intact. The new cognitive layer simply surrounds and supports. We build around our legacy system and we do not discard them. So that is the lesson that we had from that. Now, what is the hidden mismatch here? This brings us to the hidden mismatch learning. This is not just a bug, it is a fundamental clash in architectural foundation. Traditional software assumes execution will be deterministic, traceable, and verifiable. But the reality of LLMs is that they are probabilistic. Their internal logic is opaque, and their outputs are non-deterministic. Reconciling these two worlds is the greatest engineering challenge now. How do I shift from the traditional deterministic and traceable and verifiable into a probabilistic, opaque, and non-deterministic? And how do we actually capture this into our models now? So this is another big research area. I think it's the young generation. You have a big opportunity here to explore as the research fundamentals in this. Right. So now where reality pushes back and guarantees the guardrails. When we ignore this mismatch, reality pushes back hard. We encountered 4 major roadblocks here. Hallucination and trust, where models generate plausible but unverifiable claims. Data dependency, where garbage in results in amplified garbage out. And explainability, where black box reasoning limits adoption, and integration complexity caused by the friction between AI and the legacy deterministic system. So this is only happens when we have truly interdisciplinary understanding in designing our system. So the interdiscipline approach now challenging the academia, because all this while we have been in a single discipline, then slowly we moved into a multidisciplinary, but we are yet to capture the true interdisciplinary understanding. And this is the biggest challenge for our young generation. You see, when I went into university, I had an understanding I'm going to do electrical and electronics. I must have a strong physics and mathematics. I can put away my biology, my chemistry, into my storage, and I focused in my maths and physics, and that's going to bring me to a good graduate. But today, you do not have that option. In fact, you need more than that. You need geography, you need historical understanding, you need arts and science, you need humanity, and many others in every field that you are exploring. Because today's solution is more to humanity understanding. That is IR, Industrial Revolution 5.0. We want humanity into the intelligence that we bring in. So this is something very new for all of us, including the academics. Yeah, we come from a different generation. Then now we are trying to understand this and deliver to you. So your cooperation is very important. And you ask me, what is the most important investment in this? My one-word answer is time. And time is the main factor. Are our graduates ready to invest their time into education? It's not the money. Money is definitely an enabler, but the success determined by the time. So time is going to be a real factor for us here. Right. Now, moving a little further, in high-stakes environment like smart grids, industrial safety and healthcare diagnosis, we cannot accept ungrounded black box reasoning anymore. As system autonomy increases, the requirement for algorithmic explainability scales exponentially. We must carefully define the threshold where a human in loop becomes mandatory. So now for the young generation, your challenge is to identify the human in the loop that you need in your learning process. Who's going to supply the knowledge for you? Who's going to ready to invest their time and knowledge into your system? So the entrepreneur, I'm a very active entrepreneur comes technopreneur. And what I find with the startups today, they are lack of this specific component in them. The knowledge, the human who is supposed to be the knowledge feeder for you. Who is going to invest the knowledge? And in Malaysia, we see success among graduates who have family background who can become the knowledge investors. So most of the successful entrepreneurs among our graduates or our young people in our country backed up by the family knowledge. I believe in India would have the similar pattern. In fact, the world is also looking at the similar pattern. So this is where we look at a big gap among the young people. So we need to address this carefully, otherwise it's going to create a huge difference in humanity. So moving from that angle now to the divergence of the theory and reality. How do we look into this? Currently, we are optimizing for isolated lab metrics, not real-world systems. In a lab, a model accuracy perfectly matches its confidence. But in the real world, as time passes, sensor noise increases and context drift. The model is forced to extrapolate beyond its training. Eventually, we hit a catastrophic divergence where the model maintains high confidence but possesses zero accuracy. Remember, intelligence does not equal confidence. In fact, we have a very practical experience in agriculture. One of our research center has actually come up with a new breed of rice. And they grew that in a 200 square feet. And it was perfect. And it was like amazing, the amount of productivity and so on. So they deployed that in 10 acres. And it completely failed. And it didn't work because of the 200 square feet to the 10 acres and the entire deployment were not tested in the real environment. So this is another very, very crucial task for our research today. So should we continue the laboratory-based research, or we must engage into the actual environment and test out our research outcomes before we really quantify them and patent them? So patent today is no more based on laboratory output. So I would not recommend patenting at a TRL tree, technology readiness tree. That can be an initial patent. That's why if you really look at most of the system which is deployed, they have more than one patent, 4, 5, 6, 7, sometimes it goes to up 10. Why? Because there is different things to be patented along the way from TRL1 to TRL9, which is the deployment stage. So for the young researchers and students, please take this into consideration and be part of the actual process and make sure that you achieve an outcome that is deployable. Now research is no more on paper and on shelf. It should be reaching the community. And the community who invests on us should benefit from our research outcomes. So this is a big task, I know, but it is important. and it is definitely cannot be ignored. Right. Now, when we talk a step more on this, right, this is why ethical alignments is non-negotiable architecture, not an afterthought. We must design system with built-in transparency, accountability, bias mitigation, and human-in-loop safeguards. We must align our systems with global frameworks like those from the IEEE and the World Health Organization to ensure responsible deployment. So standards are becoming important. We should not assume, it's okay, I'm just doing a final year project, it's fine. No, even it is a final year project, you would still need to follow the standards so that you can expand that beyond the final year project. Right. So, but ethics alone are necessary but insufficient. We force a deeper epistemological barrier. We have to ask a profound question. Does the system actually know what it claims to know? We are navigating a race landscape filled with confidence without correctness, outputs without evidence, and decisions without traceability. This is something that very, very important in today's world. And when we talk about the epistemological risk landscape, if we fail to address this, we fall victim to the illusion of competence. This is the danger zone where systems sound completely right while being fundamentally wrong. When predictions are mistaken for understanding and claims lack grounded facts, we lose operational trust completely. So once we lost the trust, it's hard for us to recover. So this is another task that we really carefully to be addressed now. How we move from this, that augmented intelligence ecosystem is important now. To protect against this, we must build an augmented intelligence ecosystem. As I mentioned earlier, the legacy systems are not destroyed. Instead, domain models like medical data and grid metrics form the base. They are wrapped in an ethical guardrails shell, topped with the intelligence layer for orchestration, and finally overseen by a human AI collaborative node. We wrap the all in a new layer of understanding and safety. So for this, there's an evolution of software paradigms now. Looking at the evolution of software paradigms, we moved from the rigid deterministic rules to adaptive predictive machine learning, and now to natural language interaction via probabilistic LLMs. The key insight here is that every layer moving up the AI stack exponentially increasing the system's capability, but it also introduces profound operational uncertainty. So to have a foundational mismatch in this, a system engineering is required. Again, this uncertainty is a foundational mismatch, not a bug. So we are combining rules-based constraints with data-driven generations. We are mixing traceable execution path with opaque neural pathways, and we must constantly remind ourselves of a simple truth: just because an AI is fluent does not mean it is correct. So that is always behind our mind. So from the linear pipelines now to cognitive system, because LLMs generate forcible output rather than guaranteed truth, treating an LLM as just another sequential processing step in a traditional linear pipeline guarantees catastrophic failures under edge conditions. So we must shift from the passive straight line data processing to active secular system orchestration, and the system must constantly reason, valid data, and correct itself. So correcting itself is becoming important. So what is the trajectory for this, right? Our trajectory is clear. We started with reactive logic in the past. we are currently working with adaptive systems in the present. This is where all the automation is taking place. And we are moving towards autonomous decision agents in the future. So we are moving towards software that doesn't just respond to our input, but actively anticipate what the system needs. So this means our roles have fundamentally changed. We are not just users of AI anymore. We are the architects of the next intelligence layer. So the question is no longer, can we use AI? The real question is, how do we design systems where AI, hard data, and human expertise coexist effectively? The responsibility to build these safety belongs entirely to us. Now, the cognitive orchestration. This is a layer that I'm using in all my work. We have these 6 layers. To build, we rely on a cognitive orchestration stack. This involves 6 distinct layers. Layer 1 is the ingestion of messy real-world data via sensors and edge devices. Layer 2 is the structural data layer for contextual normalization. And layer 3 uses a narrow, specialized model for high accuracy classification. And layer 4 is the retrieval and grounding, acting as our obsolete anchor of truth. And layer 5 is the LLM reasoning engine for the probabilistic synthesis. And finally, layer 6 is human validation and oversight, providing the final authorization boundary. So we have got now a system that we designed for epilepsy, remote management, remote monitoring for epilepsy patients. We were working with the neurologists and epileptologists, where we are looking at that once the entire thing processed, the final decision will be conferred by the neurologist before the system make the report. So that is very, very important in this whole process. Right. Now, the engineering grounded intelligence. At the heart of this stack is one golden rule: no output without grounding. Every piece of reasoning generated by the LLM must be linked to the verifiable source citation. The output must match the vector database, and the claims must align with the real-time telemetry from the sensors. This evidence-linked reasoning is how we store and maintain operational trust. So the operational trust is the one who's going to really making digital health a reality. Otherwise, not only digital health, even agriculture, looking at every other field, that is the key success of us today. So the reliability through control degradation here, but what happens when things going wrong is also need to be carefully tested. Reliability is not just about accuracy, it is also about how a system behaves under failure. We must design for inevitable breakdowns of probabilistic logic. When sensor noise is detected, we use controlled degradation. The system dynamically calibrates trust. If confidence dips, it falls back from LLM reasoning to simple heuristic rules, and eventually escalates to mandatory human oversight. So that is very important. Otherwise, we are looking at huge failures in the system. Right. Now, this is another very important insight that we need to look at here. When a true software intelligence does not reside securely inside a parameter of a single LLM. It emerges dynamically from the rigorous interaction between the probabilistic reasoning, hard data grounding, and also strict safety constraints. It is a massive network, a grounded LLM hub, constantly balancing vectors, searches, real-time telemetry, and safe fallback filters. So earlier we had systems actually going by stacks, but now we have a single dimension where everyone communicates, at the same time, and we need to get the reality on the ground. So this is the next challenge. When in a crowd, let's say now, in real meetings or communication, we don't take turns to discuss. We will actually have different people putting in their opinion at a different time. So that is the same thing is going to happen in a system like this. So how do we manage? We don't have a rules here, but the whole process has to be controlled. So that need to be taken into consideration in designing systems. Right. So next, we are looking at the reality check at the physical age of this. Yeah? And we need these robust networks because every domain punishes errors differently. And none of them tolerate failure. Age environments introduce physical-based constraints that instantly break lab-optimized models. Healthcare requires zero tolerance for false positives. Energy grids require microsecond latency amidst high sensor noise. Sorry. Industrial IoT deals with intermittent connectivity and harsh environment variables. So these challenges is something that we have to accept. It's reality, right? So in this domain, reality pushes back hard. In healthcare, the trigger is context drift and the impact is severe clinical risk. In energy, the trigger is sensor noise and resulting in grid instability. And in industry, age, constraints, and latency sorry, results in operational failure. And we must design our system specifically to survive these precise triggers. So this is something that, no, I have it. Thank you. Sorry. All right. So now, the next generation agenda, research agenda, what we should look at, right? So, therefore, our next generation research agenda must focus on 6 critical areas. One is the grounded LLMs that force strict evidence-based generation. 2, the context-aware system that dynamically adapt to sensor drift. 3, the reliable engineering to mathematically proven safe degradation. And 4, hybrid intelligence that expertly blends deterministic rules with probabilistic logic. 5 is the age intelligence, pushing reasoning down to the physical sensor. And finally, the 6th is the human AI control, designing intuitive friction for oversight. So this 6th area is my research team's focus at the moment, but of course, it's huge. We can't do it ourselves. And that actually makes me traveling this year in number of conferences and sharing, looking at collaborations, and we hope that we will bring solution to these challenges. Right, a few more slides, a little thing, okay. As we approach the end of our time today, I want to leave you, sorry, it's gone, just give me a minute. Right. Yeah, I want to leave you with the epistemological provocation. Consider these deeply. If a system is correct for wrong reason, is it truly intelligent? That's our big question to be answered. And for the future of software intelligence, our field is no longer about just building bigger, powerful models. It is about building more trustworthy systems. We have to ask ourselves continuously, are we building true intelligence? Or are we just building the illusion of it? With that, our take-home today, the future is not about orchestrating trust. We must consciously and rigorously choose whether we are building intelligence or merely its illusion. So I would like to thank all of you for your time, attention, and your dedication to the future of data science and information retrieval and computational intelligence. And I hope you enjoy the rest of this conference sessions. Thank you very much. And this is me. Anyone would like to connect, please feel free. and we are open to collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now have with us our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Anupam Basu, and also patron of CIIR 2026. I would like to request, Sir, to please come up, and I would request Mala Madam, our Dean, to please felicitate, Sir. I would also like to call upon our Pro-Chancellor, Sir, to please come up. Sir, please share a few words with us.
A very good afternoon to you all. I am sorry I came late because of some emergencies, but the part of the lecture of the speaker, Kalaivani, right? Yeah. Was really enthralling and very close to my heart. I also all the time try to say that in the midst of the information and the learning, propagated learning mechanisms like deep learning and now LLMs, where is intelligence? Now, as you can see, the title of this conference is Computational Intelligence and Information Retrieval. Is everything that is intelligent computable? That's one question. Because here also you found that in the systems that she has described, ultimately for validation in most of the safety critical cases, we fall back on the human who is in the loop. Now that is where we really seek the support of intelligence. Which is it that it was not computable? And that's why we had to fall back on this. Now these are some things which do not come only under the purview of engineering, unfortunately. It also steps into the area of philosophy. And to my mind, again, in many occasions you have heard me telling that there should not be any barrier. Unfortunately, in this university, we still do not have a Department of Philosophy, but we have got psychology and other liberal arts department. Now, these are the questions in the midst of this humongous information we have to think of building really scalable and applicable systems. I just take an example of the education domain. Now, I may collect data from a large number of students and accordingly come up with a very intelligent pedagogy that the AI system prescribes to me. Now, ultimately, when I apply it to another, not the training case, but on the test case, there will be differences. And sometimes those differences cannot be mapped to the existing data that we have. Therefore, we have to take into account, we have to model also the social perspectives and other things, which will play a major role. Maybe you can encode them in intelligent ultimately, but intelligence at its core, is it always computational? There is since it's an academic conference, I'd just like to float a couple of intriguing questions, which I feel the engineers and computer scientists are best prepared to answer because they are trained to think algorithmically. Therefore, I do not know, there is no philosophic person here, but I just can assure you that if you take a courageous step out of your paved way of computer science and engineering and step into another domain, say for example philosophy, you will probably write it in a different way, which only people with algorithmic training can. And that's how we will see whenever we are communicating. I've got many philosopher friends, guides, Amitadi and all of them. The same thing, that the way we present and the way they present, there's a difference, and we need some time to understand each other. So the language is different. So with your language capability, you can also delve into that. The other point that I'd like to talk about, I think Devdut is here, right? So, yeah. So, how do we really process the information in our mind? All right. The neural structure of information processing. How do we do that? That is still an area of that research. Now, you see, trustworthy systems. Now, where from does this trust come? Is it from my background, knowledge, and some information that is coming up? Everybody is talking about trustworthy systems, but neurologically, he regularly works on the neural aspects of cognition, but I don't know whether somebody is working on these trustworthy systems and its implication on the cognitive structure. How cognitively we really say we really trust a particular output. The other thing that is very relevant in information retrieval, that is very relevant today, is cross-lingual information retrieval. Because we are in a country which is, of course, multilingual, and I hope that it will remain multilingual. So there is the necessity of getting the information mostly in English, or maybe tomorrow it may be in Tamil or in Bengali, any language. But when I have to present it to somebody of other language, the query can come in a different language. The information can be the mixed bag of different languages. And from there we have to deliver the answer. So that has been worked on, but that is an open area. And the last thing that comes to my mind immediately is multimodal information retrieval. Because nowadays, all of you know that we are no longer working with texts. We can put diagrams or figures as queries as well, and that is being processed. So we have got the opportunity not only about texts, pictures, we can think of gestures. We can think of tonal variations. All right? Facial expressions. All of these can provide a lot of information, and often these can add value to different category of users. So when we do this sort of information retrieval, we also need to take into account the type of information that a particular segment of user needs. Often we ignore this human part of the whole thing. We often ignore the user interface of the whole thing. So these are some of the issues. I'm sure some of you will delve into that and dwell upon this. I am sure that the conference will be a success, and I congratulate the organizers for taking the initiative of holding such a meet. And as Madam said, we are also open for collaborations, and we are looking for collaborations. And our faculty will be very happy to collaborate with you. Devdut is also here. So this is an opportunity that paves the way of personal interactions through which you can also define your future problems and take it forward. And that will be the real success of a conference like this. And I hope that at the end of the day or at the end of tomorrow, this is something that we'll get in our result back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We also have with us our Registrar Sir, Professor Sumanto Basu. He is a co-patron of CIIR 2026. I would like to invite sir on stage, and I would like to call upon Dr. Anirban Mitru, Assistant Dean of the School of Science and Technology, to felicitate sir. Sir, kindly stay back. I would request you to felicitate our next keynote speaker. We have our next keynote speaker, Dr. Devdut Shit, with us. I would request sir to please come up, and I would request our Registrar Sir and Dr. Anirban Mitru, Assistant Dean, to felicitate sir. Sir Dr. Devdut Shit is an Associate Professor of Electrical Engineering and Artificial Intelligence at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur since 2024, where he joined as an Assistant Professor in 2014. He received PhD with highest distinction for contributions to computational medical imaging and machine learning from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India in 2014. MS in Medical Science and Technology from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India in 2010. His research interests include machine learning, deep learning, and compute platform optimization, medical imaging physics, image and multidimensional signal processing, and visualization. He has co-invented related invention fields and granted as international patents and co-authored articles published at top-of-the-line journals, conference, book chapters. He is a senior member IEEE since 2019. He has received the IEEE SPS Distinguished Volunteer Recognition 2023. IEM Distinguished Alumni Award 2022, IEM Distinguished Young Alumni Award 2016, the GE Edition Challenge 2013, the Fraunhofer Application Award at the Indo-German Grand Science Slam 2012, IEEE Society Richard E. Morwin Student Scholarship 2012, DAAD Sandwich Model PhD Fellowship 2011. He was the organizing chair of the IEEE International Symposium on Biomedical Imaging 2022 in Kolkata, India, and has served as regional editor of IEEE Pulse 2014 to 2017. We are really honored to have sir in between us, and I would request sir to please begin his keynote lecture.
Request our Dean. Ma'am, please come to the stage once because two of our faculty member felicitation is left. So Dr. Indranil Chorkar and Dr. Shanmay Bandhopadhyay is with us. Please, I'm requesting both of you to come to the stage once. Sorry, Devdut sir, I'm taking your time. So will you be presenting from your right?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone at the conference, and I decided to speak on retrieval. So since it was all on retrieval and retrieval on the new age of data and new age of information. So that's all about images. So I've spent my most of my life, which is not a long as such, not much of my life is yet spent. I believe there is still a significant part left, but yeah, we are now at images, and this is the world as I see it growing around images with my current ventures which I am doing on is pretty exciting and interesting. So to give you just a slight trivia. So today on the internet at any given point in time, if you look at the total traffic which is going on, 99.59 is the traffic associated with image and video. Straightforward. So where it has actually changed is from being invented as a system for military communications to actually getting adopted for high frequency stock trading. It has eventually become the most adopted technology enabler for consumption of visual entertainment. So if you look into across all speakers and guests and patrons, there was certain things which was a common vibing point, and that was essentially the human mind and how we process and conceive the reality of practical physical world around us to communicate, interact, interface and do everything. The best possible way in which it has been done, again that's more of evolutionary, is basically images and videos, anything which is visual. And that data is what contributes to the biggest amount of traffic on any kind of a data which is going to be there. And retrieval is the prime most important task which you are going to ever face. So let's look back a bit before I start with my slides. If you look evolutionarily, then you will see that human eyes have actually evolved because because we felt that as a superior form, we need to be able to interact, communicate, and find out things from environment. So the number of colors which a human eye can actually recognize and distinguish is significantly higher than the number of colors which any other living form can actually do. So flies will only be able to distinguish ripe berries. Cows will only be able to distinguish green grass. Bats will only be able to distinguish white fruits in the darkness. But if you look into humans, we are a superset of all of these possibilities. And this is again related to a bit of evolution as well. So because as humans, our prefrontal cortex is much more developed than any of the other primates from whom the whole evolution has started, as well as we are the only form of living beings on planet Earth which has a prefrontal cortex. Others don't even have it. So for them to recognize anything is not working out. And as a result, there are certain things which are very trivial for us, which is if I draw a shape of an apple and I separately teach a kid what is a red color using red color balls, then a kid will be able to actually relate a red color apple and distinguish it from a green color apple. And you don't need to teach a kid what is actually a red color apple by showing a red color apple. They can separately learn what is a red color and what is the shape of an apple and then integrate both of them together. The fun part is, for a larger part of all computational intelligence machines which have been developed, until these machines have explicitly been shown a red apple and a green apple, these machines will never be able to actually distinguish them. That's the fun part. And today what I'm going to speak is a way in which we have been able to disentangle a lot of, say, opponent information, as if I can put it, opponent information in a way where they don't really work complementarily to each other, but they can oppose each other at points, or they are independent of each other in some way. And yet make models, and these models are essentially neural network models. You can replace them with any kind of a machine learning model as well. Like the extensions are very trivial. And you can end up making machines which have far significant generalization capabilities when already trained with real limited corpus of data. And where this goes into a big way is how and what we do with medical data. So I come from a field of medical imaging. My primary interest is on physics of imaging and image reconstructions. So to make it short and simple, I deal with algorithms which help you get beautiful images of the internal body, which a doctor finds more meaningful to make your diagnosis. And we make up, my specific interest is to do algorithmic modifications by which can counter issues of limited physics, which is low dose, say, CT imaging. How do you get better algorithms which can get you exposed to much lesser dose of a CT? And then one of the things which we recently finished off with GE was like so it's something like this, that for the amount of radiation which you would face if you're taking a flight between Kolkata and Delhi, we will still be able to get your lung CT. So you taking a flight between Kolkata and Delhi, the amount of cosmic radiations you face, it's the same amount of radiation on which we can get you a lung CT done, which can actually find out nodules, and not just nodules, including ground glass opacities, which are very important in order to diagnose, say, a diagnostic symptom for any kind of a COVID-like disease. So that was a groundbreaking thing, and algorithms have actually evolved to do that. Beyond that, when we were doing all of those, and even beyond that, one major thing which we realized was that in order for these machines to start making sense to complement a human being, and over here a human being is actually a radiologist for my case, these machines need to be able to think and retrieve in the same way as a radiologist would be able to retrieve in their mind. So today is what I'm going to show is a summary of a research whose idea was seeded in the crisis of COVID in March of 2020, when we were sort of like everybody was posed with different world order set of problems. And I was just asked on a very brief conversation with a very senior radiologist. He came up and just said that, see, we don't have a standard for COVID diagnosis in India. Yes, I know it. Then I said, so where do I come into play, was my very simple question. And he said, like, I want you to prepare a RADS in order to do that. And he said, okay, RADs are reporting and data standards. So what they basically mean is that, what do you look into an image in order to say this has this kind of a diagnostic issue? So it's a checklist. So in fact, like today, if you go down to most radiologists, they would use these kind of checklists in order to show. And in fact, like your reports will come with those checklists. They would be very objectively written down over there. This is the reason why I'm coming to this grade of a diagnosis. So that's again, like from trustability aspect and verifiability, these are what is verifiable. When we started looking into doing that RADS, one of the biggest thing which struck us is that we basically don't even have a way of retrieving similar sort of images across different modalities. And what that meant is that if there was one patient who was scanned on CT and presented a certain amount of findings on chest X-ray, can I find what is the counter findings if I would get down an MR for the patient or a X-ray for the patient or a ultrasound for the same patient done? And this is the question which you are asked. But a radiologist is going to be very apt in order to be able to say what that is going to be there. So now what that meant is that we need to design machines which can actually think in their mindsets. So this is the story of that, an idea which was seeded in March 2020, and then we started working somewhere around in 2021, late 2021, on building up these kind of algorithms. So whatever I'm going to say is a lot of credits to several of these people, several of these entities over there at some point funding and bringing in a lot of ideas on top of it, so that whatever I'm presenting is essentially a cumulative credit to all of them in very simple terms. So like, অনেক ভগবান আছে সবাইকে একসাথে ভোগ দিয়ে দেওয়া. And this is more of like my legal guy says that I need to say that. So today's thing is going to be a summary of these particular papers, a bunch of 5 papers over here from one of my recent guys who finished off his PhD, Asim, wonderful statistician, joining on to machine learning work, and then what he did bring on the table is far more interesting as well. And embrace for some solid amount of maths coming into it. I will not be able to do justice if I don't get into those equations, but I will try to keep them as much as colorful as much as possible to the extent. So now this is a basic context setting for a content-based medical image retrieval. So the whole idea is something like this, that you have an image which comes down from a scan. Okay, so you go to a radiology center. So basically you went to your general physician, your neighborhood doctor, and then he wrote down a bunch of tests, like do this. The basic thing will be like do a complete blood profile, etc., blah, blah, blah. And then also wrote down like, okay, do a chest CT. You got down the CT done. Now the CT report has to be reported by the radiologist over there. So what the radiologist will do is typically they have a photographic memory in their brain, which says that, okay, if it looks like this, then possibly this is the kind of a disease which was existing over there. This is what they would do. The problem during COVID was something like this, because the virus was new. The symptoms which it was presenting on a human being was also new. And nobody had seen anything of that sort anywhere before this. Somebody had seen some partial parts. So some part of COVID looked like something of pneumonia. Some part of COVID looked like something of silicosis. Some part of COVID looked like something on atelectasis, etc., all of these things. But nothing in a cumulative way had ever defined COVID at that point. So what they would do is they would create a mind map, and based on what was the history of all images they had seen, they will be able to come up with a diagnosis. And as a result, there is one major thing which gets into a problem, is that if you have 3 or 4 different radiologists who is presented with the same image, each of them is going to give down a different opinion. And this is where you get into a very classic dilemma, which is called as inter-rater variability in medicine. So now, algorithms which were there, which could do image retrieval, the basic problem which they were facing is something like this. If you give it an image of a CT, it's always going to necessarily give you an image of a CT back. And that CT image may not be related to the pathology which it is going to see. Whereas there might have been on the data set a pathology of the same kind which had an X-ray, but this algorithm was never trained in order to get it out. So what we were posed was an interesting thing, is that if I have a gallery or a database over here, which is a composite of X-rays, MRs, CTs, all of these things, and I give it one particular image, which is my test case or the query case, then can I come up with a similarity measure which is independent of the modality, but can show me my pathology more intrinsically over there. So this is essentially the whole idea. And if you are able to do this, what you will be getting as a result is something like this, that you will get on an ordered set of all retrieved images in some sequence, and saying that, okay, this is the closest most image from a disease standpoint and a imaging standpoint. So it may so be that if your input image is a CT, the closest match may not even be a CT, but an X-ray, which has the same kind of a disease pattern. Once you're able to do this, the neighborhood physician whom you had they have a much more guided way of making an informed decision about medicine. And what they're going to do is, for each of those cases, so these were the symptoms which were known, they will find out what were the medicines which were given to each of these patients over here. Now, based on what medicines were prescribed to these particular patients over there, they will find out which particular medicine had the best success of outcome. And based on that, they're going to recommend that to you. So today, if you go down to any of your corporate hospitals, where you would typically see your physician sitting in front of a computer and constantly typing while you are speaking with them, which makes you really annoyed at times, thinking that why isn't this guy really looking at my face and listening to me and articulating, but rather constantly typing on a keyboard as if like he's a typist or some IT guy. The reason is that he is actually solving these problems over there. So they have a bunch of algorithms over there, which presented with a set of symptoms which is over there, he is going to find out over their complete group of hospitals. So if you go to Max hospitals or Apollo hospitals, across all centers in the whole country, what was the possible outcome of each of them given down over there, so that they have a much better evidence-driven outcome based on which they are going to prescribe you a medicine. And then this is actually a statistically verified thing. And that's the reason you would see that when you walk into these kind of bigger corporate hospitals, the success rates for your treatments are much more higher. And that's higher because it's always evidence. It's real-time evidence-based. The issue is that that guy doesn't have an option to look back on images and give it out to you. Today he has to type and describe every single thing over there. And what we are trying to build up is a layer whereby you put in an image, it can do the remaining part of it just by looking at this image, because these images are definitely worth a million words. So today's challenges are something like this. When you are looking at one medical image, you basically look into three different aspects, or three different very orthogonal aspects over here. So you can think of that as three axes on a real world coordinate system. One is what is the organ I'm looking at. Next is what is the modality, which is whether it was X-ray, MR, CT, and that's more of to do with how a kind of a probing energy actually interacts with the pathological nature of a tissue and creates a signal which you are able to send back. And the next one is the actual pathology, which is what is the disease in that particular organ which I'm looking at. So there can be, to make it even simpler for everybody, say there is a cancer, but a cancer in your bone versus a cancer in your mouth versus a cancer on your skin, they all look different. So cancers are not the same. So they are very much context specific as well. So if you look into these three independent axes, so an image can now be looked into like this. So say I am looking at a chest as an organ that can get me a CT or it can get me an X-ray. Further, on the CT, I can get down a chest CT with pneumonia, which is a pathology, or a chest CT with a pulmonary nodule, which is another pathology. Similarly, on the chest X-ray, I can get down a chest X-ray with pneumonia. I can get down a chest X-ray with a pulmonary nodule. And now, each of those images look very different from each other. The only thing is that from a disease standpoint, if I look into pulmonary nodule, then my machine should, or my algorithm should be wise enough to say that the CT for a pulmonary nodule and the X-ray for a pulmonary nodule are actually related or much closer on the metric space wherever they are projected, if it's considered independent of the modality which I'm looking at. And that's something which most algorithms, at least till today, are not able to do until the point where we brought in all of these things over there. So, getting into it, our idea was pretty simple. We thought of that instead of feeding in whole images and trying to work it out as an information retrieval problem, why not you convert an image into a representation space which is more of a Boolean representation. And the moment you do that, you can think of it something like a hash code being generated out over there. So I can have an image which is, say, some 4000 cross 4000 pixels over there, and then can I actually map it down onto just 128 bits, which is a simple, much more shorter length representation space or a code, and I will call this as a hash code. And can I retrieve it based on this hash code? So that was what led us to work out on this one. Now, if you look into the history of it, then these hashes have actually been traditionally generated only for cryptographic purposes. And the whole purpose was you have a message, you basically encrypt it with some sort of a hash code, and the receiver over there will know what is the hash code over there so that they can do a decryption. The simplest way over there is just to solve an XOR problem in order to do this encryption decryption. Now, what we looked into was a very different orders of a thing. So we said, say that there are two images which have almost the same kind of a composition. The only difference over here is that one is 90-degree rotated version of the other. So if I am rotating a human being, my organ is not changing, my pathology is not changing, my modality is not changing. The only thing which is changing is my viewing perspective, which is 90-degree rotated. Then these two things should ideally be generating the same kind of an hash code over here. And if that is the condition, that they will generate the same kind of an hash code, then I can actually be basically taking an XOR between them, which will get me just a simple measure like a Hamming distance, and that Hamming distance is going to be 0. The reality is, if I expose it out through any of my existing hashing mechanisms, they will never be generating identical hash codes. So if you look into what is my viewpoint agnostic behavior over here, then that is not something which any of my current algorithms can ever be able to do it. And that's what led down to the evolution of learning-based hash generation systems. And today what we are going to look into is a deep learning-based hash generation system for image retrieval. So what typically you do is something like this, that you have these images which are fed down to a deep neural hasher. So this deep neural hasher is essentially a neural network which is designed in order to take a real valued tensor, which is essentially an image, and generate just a Boolean string, which is your hash code over there. Now, the moment you have that generated, what will happen is that if I have just a rotated version of an image, these are supposed to get me the same kind of an hash code. Okay. So now, what that would be characterized is something like this, that if I have a rotation independent metric to compare these two images, which is on the top, which is xi minus xj, and a L2 norm on top of it, then whatever is the measure coming out for that, so if that is rotation independent, then that should actually come down to be 0. Then whatever will be the distance measure, which I get down from my hash codes, the same kind of an L2 norm on top of it should also be making it 0. Now, this is what it should obey in terms of a relationship of these behaviors. Now, once it is able to obey that as a relationship of its behavior, comes down another very interesting problem to look into the computational aspect. So if I'm looking into a complete image which has m number of rows and n number of columns, if I want to take a L2 norm on top of it, then let's look into the computations. How much is that? So I'm going to do a subtraction of every element to every element. There are m into n number of elements. That many number of element subtractions are going to happen. Next, what I'm going to do is a scalar squaring of every single element over there, which is again m into n number of operations over there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take an addition of all of those elements in that single matrix, and that is mn minus 1. So essentially, my total order of compute is going to come down to be 3mn minus 1. Now, if I go back and look into my hash code, so I have, say, a k length hash code over there, and this k is significantly lesser than this whole total sum of mn. So my k length hash code will also have the same kind of a thing. So every element to every element, I will have a subtraction. I will do a squaring of all of them, and then I will do a summation. So that's going to be 3k minus 1. Now, since k is much, much less than mn, so mn is, say, m is 4000, n is 4000, but k is just 100. Then this much, much lesser condition is going to be obeyed over there, which means that this distance computation is now significantly lower in its total order as compared to the earlier case. And that is where all the game changes. Why is something like this? That if you have a computer which has a certain T-flops or a certain number of teraflops of operations which it can do, so one, let's not get into teraflops, let's still be in the gigaflops operation. So typically your laptops will be 2 to 3 gigaops for a float 32. So if I'm looking at something like a 2 gigaops over there, and one image is, say, 4000 cross 4000, which makes it 16 into 10 power of 6 over there. So which is 16 million operations to be done in order to compare one image, just a pair of image. And my data set has, say, 100,000 images. So if we do that, then it's going to be 100,000 is 10 power of 5 into 16 millions, which is 16 into 10 power of 6. So that makes it 16 into 10 power of 11 operations, which you will have to do in total comparison. Now I am left with 1 gigaop of a processor, which is 1 into 10 power of 9. So I will take how much is 16 into 10 power of 11 divided by 1 into 10 power of 9, which is essentially 16 into 10 power of 2. So 1600 seconds in order to be able to do this retrieval problem. So divide that by 3600. So roughly about 4 hours is what it's going to take me to solve it over there. So that's a major problem which is going to be there. So in the classical form, if I'm solving an image retrieval problem, you would take significant amount of time. In fact, when you do a image similarity search on Google, you would find out that it can do a fast search, but then most of the results you will get down is useless. So it's something like this, that you might upload a image of a red hibiscus. The chances that it will throw you back red roses is significantly high. Whereas from your perspective, it would have been that why not throw me a yellow hibiscus or an orange hibiscus, which is much more relationally close by. The only thing is that these systems are not really programmed to do that. They will find out what is a dominant feature and then calculate everything on top of the dominant feature in order to make it fast. So that's the problem. So you don't have a multilateral search mechanism in any of these searches which you do with images. And what we are going to speak is something to be able to facilitate that. And once you're able to do that on these kind of a hash, which is sensitive to a certain lateral context and also come down to a much lower form, you can actually make this solvable on a browser's level speed, so which is essentially in the order of a couple of seconds that you are getting down much more better kind of a multilateral search. So let's get into what these neural hash systems actually are composed of. So the structure is pretty straightforward. So you would have an image. The first part is essentially a feature extraction block. So you can take any of your favorite deep learning backbones. So that can be an AlexNet. It can even be as like recent as efficient nets or even transformer networks over there. So it's going to get you some sort of a representation, a projected representation over there, which you are going to pass it down now through a fully connected layer. The purpose of this fully connected layer is essentially to bring it down onto a fixed number of neurons, and that is that length k, which is my length of the hash code to be generated out over there. Next is, whatever you get down, everything is in a real context. So these are all values which can vary between -infinity to +infinity, because that's on a real numbered system. But then I need it to be bound to be Boolean. So I want it to be either -1 or +1 in order to be straightforward Boolean. Use a tan hyperbolic as a simple activation function that is going to get you that. Once you have that, you are still going to have a continuous curve. It's not going to be exactly -1 or +1, but it will still be range limited between -1 and +1. Put on a discretizer, that's essentially a sine function over there, and what you end up getting is a pure Boolean representation for a single image. So once you have that, let's get rid of this part. Once you have that, then what you would be ending up getting is that when I have a gallery, which will constitute of several such images, for each of them, I will be able to get down a bunch of my hash codes. So if you look into this, the one in black, so these -1s and +1, each of them is a hash code. So B1G is a hash code corresponding to X1G, B2G is a hash code corresponding to X2G. And on the other side, you would see that from your query, you would get down BQQ, which is corresponding to XQ over there. Now, you need to find out the distance between these two vectors, and you can use things as simple as Hamming distance in order to calculate, which is essentially an XOR operation. And once you get that, based on those, you can now sort it out. And once you sort it out, you would see this can be the kind of an arrangement which you get down. So your closest one is going to still be a chest X-ray with pneumonia. And then it will keep on continuing like that, and then different grades of pneumonia, etc. And then once it exhausts out, it can, so it's something like that. You always fit down a retrieval length. So you say that I need the closest 100 results, or closest 5 results, or closest 10 results. So once it, so if your total gallery has say 5, but you are wanting to have 100, then the remaining 95 are going to be from other modalities as well, because it does not have any more X-rays remaining in order to be able to retrieve and give it out through. So I'll skip these loss functions because they will come a bit later. So the first part is to look into what will be about solving a multi-label image retrieval problem. So what this multi-label problem means is something like this, that if you have an image, as I said, so you can have an organ, you can have a pathology, and a same organ can have different pathology. We are keeping the modality part fixed over here. So I'm going to consider everything where I have a fixed modality. So these are all with X-rays, flat panel X-rays of the chest only. Now, the issue which is here is that in the chest, you may not have a single pathology, but you can have multiple pathologies, and these pathologies can be co-occurring, which means that you can have 2 or 3 kind of a disease symptom at the same point in time, and it can be for multiple of them. So as a simple way, if you take this particular triad of an example, on the top you have one example which is about a case with only atelectasis. In the bottom you have 2 different cases, one with an atelectasis and effusion, another is with effusion and infiltration. Now, between the top, which is atelectasis and atelectasis with effusion, they are much more closer to each other. Between atelectasis with effusion and effusion with infiltration, that is a bit lesser closer, if you look into the closeness, and the least of any proximity is between atelectasis and effusion with infiltration. So what that would mean is that if I try to put down a relationship between these distances, then the distances of these hashes should have this kind of a relationship. Now where I'm coming down is something like this, that I may not know what is my exact hash code which it has to generate, but I may know what is the kind of an ordinality in the distance function between these hash codes which it has to give me. So that can be used as a surrogate in order to train these models so that they give me a hash code to demonstrate a specific kind of a behavior. So now, if that is my kind of ordinality of the distances, the question is that how do I get that relationship in an automated fashion? So I'm not going to get down a radiologist to sit down over there and for every single pair of things keep on matching, which would mean that if I have 100 images, then there are going to be 10,000 possible pairs over there for which they will have to come up with these similarity matches over there. So can we get down that process automated? And that is something which you can actually do by looking into similarity of the label space. So similarity can be done with using, say, a dice coefficient or even a IOU kind of a metric, but look into the label space. And a label space is something which is already available to you because that is all the different pathologies which are present in this particular image. So now, if you look into that label space, you would see that if you're looking at an IOU as a, basically your intersection over union kind of a measure, then you would see this kind of a measure coming down. Now that kind of a measure is essentially something which can also be reflected through a Jacquard similarity coefficient, and it's inverse of that relationship, which is the relationship between the distances over there. Now, if you do that, what you can have is something like this. So the solution can be drafted like this one. So I can have a bunch of these cases where I say that there can be different graded values of distances which can come down. The least of the distance is going to be 0, which means that both of the images are exactly similar to each other. What is going to be my worst case of the scenario? Worst case of the scenario is that one of the image is completely healthy, the other image has all possible pathologies over there. So if there are L number of pathologies which are present over there, then the maximum distance which is ever possible is actually going to be L. So if I do that, then I have my first set of, on the first bullet point, this relationship which I have. So that kind of a bound is going to be now established. So what are those kind of set of bounds which are come down? Now, let's look into how do you arrive at that. So the point is something like this, that if I have a k element representation on my hash code, which is essentially those B's over there. Now the idea is to do something like this, that based on my notion of the similarity which is going to be there, which gives me the total relationship, hierarchical relationship over there, can I map them onto certain stop points on my K distance measure over there. So while this distance measure is supposed to be continuous, but then we don't have infinitely spaced things. So all of our measurements are still discrete. As a result of it, it will be placed at certain deterministic points only. Now what those deterministic points are going to be are something like this. That if your two vectors which you are looking down are completely unrelated to each other. So then what will be my maximum amount of Hamming distance? So if I have a K length vector, then my maximum Hamming distance is going to be K. And what that means is that every bit is inverse of the bit in the other vector. That's as simple as that. So a simple trivial case is that one of the bit vectors is all zeros, another bit vector is all ones. Another trivial case is that one of the bit vectors has all odd number positions as zeros, and the other bit vector has all even number positions as zero. So these several trivialities can be derived out for this one. So that's the completely opposing case, which is going to get down a Hamming distance of K. The other ones are supposed to get down their stop points or distances, which is proportional to the similarities which can exist on my data set. And hence, every single pair of training data which I can create out over here can now be mapped down to what is my expected Hamming distance which I want to come down. So once I have that, what I want to train is going to be a much smaller space to look into it. So if you look over here, then since there are basically three different kind of pathologies which we are looking at, and these can be the possibilities which can exist over there. So based on how many of them are similar, whether one is similar or two are similar or three are similar, you can get down these different kind of distances which will come out. Now, essentially, using that, what you can do is you can create some sort of a Hausdorff distance based loss. And what that Hausdorff distance is going to do is that when you are going to compare between your tan hyperbolic losses over there. So once you want to train a neural network, you still need some loss functions which are essentially differentiable. So if you have the sine function over there, that particular kind of a nonlinearity is going to kill down any gradient. So that will not work out. We are going to train down still at the sigmoid, till at the tan hyperbolic level over there. So at the tan hyperbolic level, essentially all the distances which you get are going to be of this kind of a relationship. So let's look into what the model looks when you are going to train. The idea is pretty simple. For a pair of images, you generate what your distances are going to be. You pass it through your extraction network, which is net E, which is again whatever is your favorite backbone. You can have one part of it getting trunked into a net C, which is a classifier network. The job of this classifier network is still to hinge all the features so that they do a correct classification. And what this classifier is going to do is do a prediction of the label space itself. But that's not the holy grail. While it does a prediction of the label space, you find out what is your Jaccard coefficient over there, do this backpropagation. The important thing is what is going to happen at this FCH, which is your fully connected hash generating layer. What that is going to do is that since this, so whatever you get down from the lower term, which is J2, is going to hinge out and correct out net C and net E. Now net E will get glued onto a point so that you have really discriminative enough number of features coming out. Once those features go down through your fully connected layer and then through your tan hyperbolic, it's going to get you two different vectors which are Hi and Hj, which again have values in the range of -1 to +1 but are not discretized in that range. You find out what is your cosine distance between them. Use that as your surrogate of the hash distance, and now that you had your complete distance metric and like between your 0 to k which was available, you need to project it back over here, so that what you will do is that you know what is your capital DH, which is essentially the ideal distance which you were expecting over there based on your label space similarity, and whatever is your computed distance which is small dh. Find out the loss between them. This can be as simple as a simple mean square error loss function. That is J1. Now that part of J1 loss is essentially going to correct this hashing part of the network, which is FCH, and also ensure that your net E is still grounded so that it can generate proper features as well as proper hashes. So once you do that, this, if you want to just go through it, essentially all the data sets and everything given down so that you can reclone this experiment if you want to do. Let's get into the evaluation metrics. Now these metrics are very standard ones which are used in information retrieval community. Most of them actually come down from text information retrieval, but not even from image information retrieval. We still try to keep the same ones over here. what you would end up getting is a comparison which is something like this. So the last row is essentially the performance and outcome of this particular algorithm. Well, everywhere anything bolded and shows a bit higher value, everybody is happy. Well, the happiness is that it's still in the order of about 63%, which does not make it great from a simple perspective. But let's throw it out like this, that if I ask 100 radiologists to actually solve this kind of a retrieval problem, their chances are going to be something like 0.3. So the human score is at 0.3 still. Anything which is machine is still actually significantly higher than that in terms of consistency. What we come down is where you will have to look. So if you look at the immediate previous one against which you are comparing, so this top where you have those 16, 32, 48, 64, that's basically that length K. So against varying that length K, we wanted to find out through an ablation study what is going to be the best length of K on which it will work out. Now, independent of that, what comes out is that we have a mechanism which is really robust and resilient to a lot of those lengths, which means that you would see that for a length of 16, you get down 63. For a length of 64 also, you get down 63. So the difference of its improvements are not significant. That's in the third and fourth place of decimal. What that essentially implies is that for a much smaller hash code, you can actually get down a much better performance. And that difference of performance is still about a 5% gap, if you look between them. Now, 5% is something which is not a chance phenomena. I mean, 3% is something you can put down as a statistical chance phenomena, but that is a significant improvement. What that translates back is like this. Because my length is much smaller, the time taken, the number of operations to compute a Hamming distance is much lower, which means the number of retrievals I can compute per unit time is significantly higher. So between a 64 and a 16 length, there is going to be a 1/4 kind of a difference, a factor of 4 difference, which means that if with a length of 64, I was able to get down, say, some 1,000 retrievals per second, with 16, I will be able to get down 4,000 retrievals per second. And what that means is that this gain in speed is essentially increase in the size of statistical conglomerate, which I'm going to look into for my evidence-based medicine, faster delivery of care for a patient, and faster cleanup of pool of patients over here. So that's more of to give you an idea about where things of your algorithms actually impact the total flow of a patient care in a system. So these are some of these examples of retrieved images for different lengths. So basically the same set of query and gallery images for the different lengths were probed out in order to be able to look into it. So not getting much into that, but let's get into the next one, because this one is more important. So in the earlier case, what we had is that my modality was kept constant, my organ was kept constant. It was just my differences in pathologies and multiple labels of pathologies coming down. Now comes down a more open-ended problem, which is I can have different modalities, different organs, different pathologies. Now can I hinge out on a priority? So I say that get me all CTs of the brain, independent of whatever is the pathology, or get me all images of meningioma, independent of whether it's on X-ray or CT or MR. This is something which you cannot actually ask any kind of a retrieval system today. So think of it like this, that people who have worked on databases and SQLs, you can actually structure your query. Now I'm going to get you an option whereby your image retrieval now becomes a SQL itself. And that's something which is not even available as a standard feature. So what do you do is like this. It's still that standard image retrieval problem framework. That framework doesn't change. But the point is that your data now gets categorized into certain kind of bags which you use for training. And what those bags are going to have is something like this. I will create different types of bags. Between these bags, I will have certain order of similarities. So I will say that all images of the same organ, of the same modality, and of the same pathology will belong to a type 1 bag. All organs of the same modality and same organ and same modality will belong to a type 2, so that there can be differences in their pathologies. And I will have type 3, which basically means that any other organ, any other modality is what is going to belong to type 3. So these bags are essentially pairs of images, and they are put down together into one single bag for training. So if you look into it, there's an example with 4 images, and to look into which type they belong to. So if you have a chest with pneumonia and compare with another chest with pneumonia, that's a type 1, because clearly it's a chest, it's an X-ray, and it's pneumonia. If you have a chest X-ray with pneumonia and a chest X-ray with COVID, it's a type 2, because COVID is a subset of pneumonia, is a type of pneumonia over there. They are chest X-rays, but it's not exactly matching over there. Also, since you had another image which was a chest with pneumonia and a chest with COVID, so these 2 examples are going to constitute 2 more samples in bag of type 2. Then, if I have an image of a brain glioma, now brain and glioma is nowhere related to chest and pneumonia. Completely different ones, independent ones. So they are all type 3s, which will come down over here. So now just with 4 examples, 4 images, essentially over here, you can now create multiple types of bags. So you have a type 1 bag with 1 single reference example, 1 pair. You have a type 2 bag with 2 reference examples. You have a type 3 bag with 3 reference examples over there. So your total training set, if you look into it, just with 4 images, now I've been able to create 6 training cases, training samples essentially present over here. So once you have that, we come up with 2 different kind of metrics over here. One is called as a semantic similarity metric, another is called as a relational similarity metric. So semantic similarity is basically things like all type 1 and type 2 samples will have the same semantic similarity. It's basically the simplest form of similarity which is present over there. Yes, they are chest X-rays and there's something to do with pneumonia-like symptoms. But type 3 is going to be okay. They are not at all related to each other. Now the next level, which is relationship similarity, is what will distinguish a type 1 from a type 2. Over there. Now, if you look into them, these metrics over there are still booleans, 0s and 1s. So this again comes down from the theory of minimum description length in information theory, if you go back. So what the idea was that if I have 3 categories of problems, 3 different categories of objects to be classified and segregated, how many bits do you require in order to store that information? That will be 3. It's basically like your ceiling over log of that number to the base 2. That's it. Now, getting into this, if you start training, then what do you do? So there's a multi-stage process what you will have to do. The first part is obviously that the feature extraction network, which is this netf, you will have to hinge it so that you have your particular feature hinge points on the projection space correct. So we do that by actually using another subsequent network, which is just a classifier trunk over there, whose job is to classify and say whether it's getting the labels properly classified for this particular image or not. You get down to the second step, whose job is now that once you have this netf, which is the feature extraction part, you bring in the hash part of it. Now from the hash code, whatever is generated, you can get down 2 different kind of relationships getting these similarities coming down. One is a semantic similarity, another is a relational similarity. So one will distinguish between type 1 and type 2, another is going to distinguish between type 1, type 2 together versus type 3. And that's again a 0101 kind of a problem which we're going to solve over here. So once you get that part of the model trained as well, get down the whole thing back propagated through the whole system. And once that is done, what you end up getting is, and this is again my whole training data set on which we had done so that you can retrieve it, you can repeat it out. What you would end up getting during the training dynamics is a interesting phase over here. So if you, so what we have is, there are 4 different models over here. Op hash in D is the model which we are proposing over here. The other 3 are what is available in prior art. The 3 colors which you see on the lines, not on the vertical bars, but the lines over there are essentially between samples of type 1, type 2 and type 3. So green is for type 1, orange is for type 2 and red is for type 3. Now we divided the whole learning phase into 3 phases over there. So how is the network actually learning? So if you look into D, which is op hash, the last corner one, you would see that initially it will start to discriminate between a type 3 sample and a type 1 and type 2 sample. So that's using your semantic similarity losses. After some time, when it knows, okay, these are completely unrelated samples, there is nothing more to learn. So essentially your gradients will saturate out over there. It will start to now discriminate between the other 2, type 1 and type 2. And then it keeps on going till the end phase when you see that there is nothing more to learn. So that is my phase 3, which is my end phase. If you compare that with any of the other things, you will never see this kind of a phasing happening. These segregations are basically failing. So type 1 and type 2 segregation for all others have never happened. So that's the difficult thing to work out. So once you do that, and again look back into our scores on mean average precision, and here we are looking into, remember that this is a multi-label and multilateral hashing which is going down over here. So it's not going to be that simple in performance. Even for much lower values, say a K of 16, you would get down something like a 50% accuracy over here. 60%, 50% of a average precision. If you go down to 64, that it increases. So definitely over here, one thing which we realized was that you need longer bit lengths, because now you want different attributes to be extracted and put down in different parts of the bit length. So if your bit length has to be descriptive enough, so the MDL for a bit length of this hash also has to be larger. So that was one of the findings which we had. Ideally, what we found out was that a bit length of 48 is what suits across all of them. So that's where you will see all of these metrics actually peak up. Now once you do that, so this is an example which I really wanted to give you. The first one is a brain glioma on a CT, an axial scan. You would also see that there are brain glioma sagittal scans. So the example is this one. So this part is essentially my brain scan taken in this particular way. So that is a similar one, and essentially it still throws you that as a similar one over there. So that's the interesting part. If you look in the bottom one, which is an ultrasound of a breast and for a benign lesion over there, you would see most of them which it's retrieving is ultrasound. There is obviously an anomaly which is on the red, which is an OCT image of the eye. We still don't know what was the reason for that one. Most likely they had much like similar projections over there, which was creating a problem. But then there is a solution to that in the next part as well. So the next part of the whole thing was we wanted to expand it and make this completely sensitive on all the 3 vectors. So when I started my talk, I did say that there is one independent vector of modality, one on organ and one on pathology. Now, can I really make it sensitive on each of these organs? And can I say that I want to give this a priority, like give my organ priority, give my modality priority, or give my pathology priority? So if you want to do that, you come back to the same kind of a framework, but now instead of having one real hash code vector whose structure is not known, to making it a well-structured hash code. So what you say is that if I have a hash code B, then let it have 3 different part of the components, B1, B2, and B3. Now B1 will be one Boolean hash code, B2 is another Boolean hash code, B3 is another Boolean hash code. The first B1 is going to be only working on what is the modality, the second B2 is going to work on what is the organ, the third B3 is going to work on what is the pathology present over there. Once you do that, then we might actually be able to give these priorities on each of them. So I can use only a part of my hash code in order to now run my retrieval thing over here. So in order to do that, we now needed to train in a different way. So you would have still your feature encoder network over here, but then when you get down your outcomes coming, the same kind of a feature, you feed it through 3 different parts of your networks. Each of these is going to generate a different kind of a hash code coming out over there. You integrate all of them, get down your straightforward hash code. So one is, it will give you a combined integrated hash code, which is over here. This HI, but along with HI, you also have a thing which is coming out from here, which is H1, this is H2, and this is H3. So you can now find out your measures on each of H1, H2, H3, as well as on complete of H1. So going along with that, what you would end up getting is a bunch of loss functions, each with different kind of weights. You can have all of your semantic similarity, relation similarities, everything taken down over here. And repeat this over an experiment over here. Then you can look back into your measurement. So this is the fun part. So now when I'm measuring, what I can do is, because I have 3 different part of the measurements going on, I can see how closely am I being able to fetch modality, how better am I at organ, at disease. Next is, I can have a pair of them. Modality and organ, how good I am. Organ and modality and disease, how good I am. Organ and disease, how good I am. And then MOD, which is all the 3, how good I am. So there will essentially, it would end up giving you 7 possibilities over which your metrics are going to be found out. So you can now use the same kind of measures with certain modifications for suiting out each of those conditions over there. So these are what our metrics are now known as. And if you look back into it, so MOD is obviously the litmus test, the toughest of all of them. Simplest is M, O, and D, because you're looking into one single vector. D still is a difficult one because you have a disease retrieval going down over there. And then even 2 doctors are never so confirmed about what they are going to do. So if you look into an inter-rater variability over, so there was this study of inter-rater variability over 31 radiologists doing it for COVID. Similarity, you would be shocked. So the mean average precision for that kind of a thing was somewhere around 23 or 24%. So 0.23 was the MAP when you had 33 radiologists doing down for COVID itself. So machines definitely are far better, far more superior than that one. If you look over here, because we now structured our hash codes into all of these bunches, you have a starking difference over all the prior art. So everything else which was still in 50, 60, 70% range, you pushed it all the way up to 99.99, wherever it goes up to. And the reason was because now you got this structuring into place. Now the fun part is that there is also this whole thing of like what is the length of each part of the hash code. That's an ablation study. I don't have much of details over there. But once you do that part of the ablation study, come up with your actual thing, what you would see is that the one on the right, which is mod hash, is the method I'm presenting. The only one which I can compare with is called as ortho hash. You would see that those legends over there are basically different kind of organ modality pathology, and the colors are somewhat like close by relationships. So there would be something where it's the same organ, same modality, but slightly different pathology, so they would share a similar co-located color. If you look back into the projection space over here, which is my feature space plotted on a TSNE, you would see that they are actually close by on that TSNE representation space. And that's what makes it come to the point that they actually work out in the best way. So that's what I had to say for today. So essentially, first is that you can develop these kind of hash methods which can be learned. It's not so complicated to do it. They can solve a lot of retrieval problems. Typically for medical image retrieval, it does make a lot of sense. If your hash codes are really generated in a way that they can be working out with Hamming distance, which essentially you make down Boolean hash codes, then the remaining part of your retrieval problem is much more easier because you can just use a Hamming distance in order to solve it out. And you can measure it down with whatever metrics you want to do. So if you want to look back more onto this and read, so this is more of for the next generation of researchers and a lot of students. These are typical places and avenues where you can read more about things going on in hashing and learnable hashes. We do offer a lot of online courses every semester. Right now it's going on actually. The exams are due. No, exams are already over. So next year again they will come out in 27, so you can look out for them as well. And yeah, that's all. Thank you from me and the group. And that's my group which would like to thank you as well. So any questions, I'm open to take that. Given that I'm standing between lunch. Okay, so I believe there are no questions. Oh, you have. So we did vary. So for the, you can find, yeah, typically it was, best case was 48.
48, okay.
48.
And sometimes you told that you have used binary hashing. I mean,
everywhere it was binary. Everything is binary.
So in that case, the total, if I put any image,
yep,
that the variation would be only, for example, for the 16, 2 to the power of 16.
Yep.
So if I have, say, crores of image,
yes,
then what would happen is that the difference of the granularity will be sometimes very close.
Yes, you're correct. So essentially, like what you're saying is what is going to be the sensitivity of these hash codes which I'm generating. So sensitivity of the hash code is dependent on the length of the hash code. It's 2 power the length of the hash code. That's a straightforward. So sensitivity is 1 by 2 to the power of k. This is the thing. And this is a heavily lossy transform. If you want to look at, so if your question, I don't know whether this is or not, but I would have asked this question is like, from the hash code, can I get back my original image?
No, that's not my question. I think that, yeah,
Okay.
it is very good for resource conscious device, which you have told that
Yep.
it's taking a lot of time.
See,
But when,
so I will tell you, when you do a Google search, do you know where all the compute happens? So all the compute with finding out results is split into 3 parts. One major part of the compute happens on your browser. So whatever you type gets broken down into a vector. That part of the compute happens on the browser. There is a part which is happening on the network layer. The network layer is that there is a lot of cached results which are kept down at CDNs. So it will do those comparisons over there. When that one fails to get to the quality of assurance of Google, then it will go back to the Google down servers over there. Majority, 90% of the operations, or even 90% plus, is what is going to happen in the network layer, which is essentially switches and routers, where all of these search is getting solved out. They are all low compute, low resource edge devices.
yeah, that is fine. My task, my requirement was that when we try to find the similar micro related, very close but small difference. In that case, may it get suffer kind of little.
No, it will not suffer. So what you can do is, so what we typically have is, you have a course level search and you have a fine level search.
Okay.
So the course level search is what you run on a Hamming distance. So you get down your 1000 similar searches. Now what you can do is, on these 1000, you use your feature metric, actual feature projection space. Instead of using a Hamming distance, now you use a L2 norm, an MSE.
Yeah, in that
So
case,
that's
we will
going to
get
be
a
much
large
more
corpus.
continuous. Yes.
Okay, that is and very good thing, sir.
So there is multilateral way of solving it out.
Yeah.
Now, coming to the first part, which was like, can you get an image back from the hash code? So the truth is, you can.
By adding some kind of encoder and
You are already using an encoder, you need a generator.
generator. Yeah, sorry.
You need
decoder. I think it's the decoder.
It's not a decoder, it will actually be a generator, because there will be some sort of an hallucination, but and if you have enough amount of, say, retrieval augmentations being given down to it, you can actually get down to a very reasonable extent the actual image which was generating that hash code over there as well.
Yeah.
So that's more of to give you an idea, like where to go into the next part of the research problem.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, I think then I can wrap up. Not stand between the lunch.
Thank you, sir. So we would be moving towards our lunch. I would request everyone to proceed towards 303 in the next floor, and please come back within 2 o'clock so that we can start with the next keynote session.
I must thank to the organizer for inviting me to this talk. First, about this title, when I was invited for this talk, I was thinking on what topic should I speak. Generally, this is a customary norm that we have some keynote addresses in conferences. Its idea is to have some kind of brush up or warm up type of thing, that what are the papers discussed in the conference, audience and presenters, they are brought up to the some level so that they understand those research papers. It is my understanding about these keynote addresses. And if this is a very specialized single track conference, then it is good to have that type of detailed or in-depth keynote address. Here I have chosen about, it is some, I have seen data analysis and other things. So this data, these are created by human, and we have next level, they are wisdom, which is required for this data where we create meaning. So this is one summary agenda, so that it is better to follow what are the things to be discussed. So here, importance of data, this is in this era. One is about, if we don't have data, we call all these things are about some opinion. As data is very important, I can say, or I can give one example, like truth is expensive. Why? Because truth requires support of data. So if you are saying about someone that he is very good person, he is doing very noble things, this, that, people won't agree. They will ask certificates or documents or some data. If you say something very interesting which is rumor or bad things about someone, people are going to accept it as it is without any data. So data is very important in that respect, what we are saying, that should not be an opinion. Next comes about this importance of data, where we have data is new oil. So it is needless to say that in current scenario, this world scenario, how this oil is important. Interestingly, we just now it is in pause, but there is one war going on that is only because of oil, that capturing of Iran. Now, another thing is very interesting. If we look into budget of different countries, we can see initially during World War II or that time, in countries were having huge amount of budget on defense. Later on, they reduced it, and they were utilizing that part in welfare scheme. What was the understanding? Understanding was, if I am a small country, I have not that much strength, my neighboring country, it is not going to attack. That was the understanding. That's why they reduced budget. But now we have seen the one country from where the head of country, at midnight, he was kidnapped by another country. So that is about, again, oil. This Venezuela is a resource of oil. So that thing is expected next coming about data. So now people will be interested more on data, and data may appear equivalent or next oil. Then comes about data that is created by humans, and those are again reshaped and they may be created in different iterations, and we are making useful. You may not find this very technical, this talk, but I prepared for this one only. It is, you can say, the fresh one. Okay. So this is about past, present, and future. What we are doing, data that is a different type. One is about what has happened in past. So that data we have recorded, and we can find something or verify as present data if it is available. And next target is to design a model by which we can estimate what would be our future or future that we can have. So what it is doing, this data, it is remembering our past and measuring this present. Depending on present measures, we are confident that our decision, what we are taking, these are correct or understandable. And we are predicting future. So we are at that juncture, at present, we have some past data and we are predicting future from past and present. Now about this data, here I am trying to show that what is data in fact. So we have huge amount of water and we are drinking only maybe 1 glass of it. So we are interested on only that 1 glass of water. And entire world we have huge amount of water, that is about maybe data exists. So one part is it is huge quantity, but our interest that limits to a portion of it. So I must say one thing, that our personal data is with all those service providers. Like Google is having our even personal data. Where are we now? Now I am speaking, that is also available. But still, I am not bothered about that. Why? Because I am not that important person that Google will look into this data. But once, if someone is becoming very important of that, then glass of water like thing will come and that will be extracted and analyzed. So we are safe because we are large in number. And that data is available everywhere. Or we can collect it. One more thing, that data that unless we record it, it is not useful. So we must look into that, what is it, and do some kind of analysis to understand. So that is about how we are going to all this natural and artificial repository where we have facts, and from there we are getting, as per our requirement, this data. Next target is about the data and wisdom. That is the link, title of my talk. Here, humans are collecting fragments of data from different sources, and those are collected to give a comprehensive meaning. Now, what about this data that exists? Now, we have to put some understanding on it, and that creates this wisdom. So here, unless we interpret, that entire collection is useless. So we have, when I was preparing, I got this also. I was also not knowing that data, it has also a Indian version of it. So it is Dattang Sadhanam Pragya Margdarshika. So Sadhanam means it's a tool and Margdarshika is guide. Pragya is wisdom. So this is also, we have one kind of national mission. There we have teaching in Indian languages. So there also we need some of this meaning in our own term. Okay, after that we have these three stages. We have creation, interpretation of data, and finally we have application of it. So we are creating data and also doing interpretation of it. Now this we all know, in fact, who are here at least, what is called data, that is recorded facts, figures, numbers and all these things. Now as we have hammer or calculator, similarly we can also use data as a tool. How? These are the examples here. Sales data that can be used as a tool for finding monthly profit trends. Similarly, other examples also there. Now, how do we link this data and wisdom? So that is quite interesting. School data that is showing one student scored very low in exam. So what should be done next? So in that, punishment is given because the student has scored low. So that is one issue. But how can we make it better? For that wisdom is asking some question. So this is about what could be the reason for which he or she has done that way. Without wisdom, there will be punishment for that student. So this example I have given as our this education system is changing. Earlier it was, now we have outcome-based education, and there we have all these things. And there, why this outcome is not up to the mark, or it is not getting to the threshold, whatever set by the institute. So for that we can have this type of analysis. So if we have more data, that doesn't mean something sometimes, but we require wiser interpretation. So it may be like I have huge amount of money and I don't utilize it for anything, so that is meaningless. So we are moving to something related to a model, and here we have this pyramid. It was given in 1999, and this model is DIKW model. And it starts from data, then information, then knowledge, and wisdom. So how refinement is going on, that's why it is pyramid. Data is in huge number, then we are doing some kind of processing, we get information, then knowledge, and finally wisdom, it is on top. So size matters in this. So this is one hierarchical representation. Now, what to do with this model? I have something else to explain. So starting from this data and wisdom, that input data that we are getting from here, we have structured patterns, learn, understanding, reasonable decisions. Now we are mapping it to that model, what is DIKW model, data, information, knowledge, wisdom. Now, these things I need not explain. We all know these examples here. What is data? That is about some kind of camera frames or input data collected. And information that we have some processing of this data and we are getting detected lanes and pedestrians. So this example is about the transportation or vehicle, automatic vehicle detection or that type of domain. Then moving to crossing behavior of pedestrians, so that is knowledge. It is stored depending on several, or for a duration of time it has been analyzed, several videos. And finally we have this wisdom where some route may be delayed and there we need to put brakes to save someone who is crossing the road. So this is the highest level of the pyramid. Now I am trying to link it to what this type of conference or any conference, things move. Now about these conferences, others, we are discussing our research outcomes, where we are discussing about publishing materials, papers. Now I have seen this in, at least in this domain, computational intelligence and information retrieval is some other domain. Computational intelligence in general for data analysis, we have computer vision, NLP or generative AI, healthcare, cybersecurity, autonomous vehicle or robotics. So these are major domains where publications are happening. Out of this, I have selected one which is healthcare, and there we have this medical image analysis that I have some publications. Now how can we link it? So you can see this pyramid, the lowest level, here we have data and there MRI, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, so these things, these are data collected. Once we have collected those, for getting information, we are doing segmentation, then feature extraction, and after that, once segmentation is done and feature extraction, from there, we are doing some lesion classification or some prediction. And from that, the final one, where we have treatment planning and study that what is going to happen in future, or maybe in 1 week or 15 days or 3 months, like that. So this way we are linking or putting it in that hierarchy. So this medical image analysis, we can have different steps: image acquisition, then pre-processing, segmentation, classification, quantification, visualization, clinical decision support. So these are different steps, almost standard, means people are using. I think in this conference also, if someone is having any paper on medical image analysis, must be having these steps. Again, we can detail these steps and we can have something like this. Few more steps we can add into it to make it better understandable. So here, it is not my target to explain all these terms individually. Here I am showing that we can have so many steps or stages to reach from our basic or lowest level of the pyramid to the highest one, data to wisdom. Now, see, this is a chronology of research starting in 1990, where we have this data scarcity. Then collection of data and annotation of those. So that was not any automatic system. Experts were called and they were doing it manually. After that, we moved another part where some pre-processing and standardized processes were applied. Why it is so? Because for any kind of images, that time we were applying some pre-processing steps and we were thinking that is my contribution. A huge contribution was just a filtering technique. But later on, we moved and that was standardized And after, say, 2000, around this 2010, so if someone is saying that I have a filtering technique and this is my contribution, no one is going to accept that paper. After that, we moved into the segmentation part. So there are some segmentation techniques. Those are depending on features or manual segmentation for ground truth, and we are comparing with some feature extraction techniques. So this way we are moving. Then feature engineering came 2015. And after that, the great technique it came, which is deep learning. Here 2020, and after that, now we have integrated intelligence, and we can use those outcomes or output of any technique, and we can decide on something. Very interesting example I will be giving here. Nowadays, when people are going for treatment, say in any OPD, they are visiting a physician, and physician has prescribed some medicine. Coming out from their chamber, they are putting it in their cell phone. What for this medicine is, and what are its side effects. So that is because we have developed some AI tool which is giving sometimes better opinion than a physician. So we are trying to follow that. So these are mainly the steps. Moving to this pyramid again. So here we have data acquisition part at the lowest level. Then we have those pre-processing, registration, segmentation, those are in this information step. And we have knowledge. There we are the later stages, that feature extraction. From that features we can understand, and even that visualization also included in this knowledge part. And finally this wisdom, there we need not know what is going on in these three stages, feature extraction details or any statistical technique, we need not know. From that result only we can go for treatment and support what is to be given, and then we go for this prognosis. So these are the 4 different levels in this hierarchy. Now, moving to nowadays, what are the things used in medical image, or in fact in most of the domains, whenever data is available, we are using some deep learning models. And here I have given some matching model that if this is task, say segmentation is our task, then we can have this unit or that modified unit for this. This is a deep learning model that came around 2016. And we have classification. So there we are using some other model, ResNet, DenseNet or VIT. And detection, that is also there, which part is what that it is giving. So yellow model or faster RCNN. So my intention is to show here that any network when I am getting, it may not be suitable for any of these tasks. So I have to employ for proper, either first I need to know the task and I need to employ a proper tool. Otherwise, I may not get a better result. So other tasks, so here things are changing. We have registration, reconstruction, report generation. For that we have different models. Morphological, that is 3D, voxel morph, or GAN for reconstruction. So this way, deep learning models are transforming entire medical image analysis. So these are the some reasons. So if you have understanding of this deep learning, so here we have this segmentation that unit, it is capturing fine details and it is having skip connections. And at the bottom, it is representing with that latent variables and it is creating a map for that. Similarly, this classification they are extracting features and in local and global context that depending on layers it approaches, and by that this classification is done. Finally here, this detection also, it should be, there are requirements like it should be in real time or that should be in high speed. So that's why we are employing ALO or faster RCNN. Here again, this registration, there we have morphological operations that is going deformable alignment, and because of that, this is suitable for registration. One image is aligned with another one. Reconstruction, here we have one is learning and another is discriminating. So that is generation and discrimination is the basic concept of GAN. It is creating something new. And report generation, here vision transformer. From images, it is extracting information and converting it into any language by this LLM. So these are possible target. So I have shown this pyramid for other domain also, like autonomous vehicle intelligence. There also we have 4 different levels for DIKW. We have agricultural intelligence, and this is about objectives. So now the main part, what I am trying to communicate in this talk, that what is research objective when we are going for this field of medical image analysis. So you can see that if target is to acquire high quality medical data set or some robust pre-processing method, here we have this level where we are at lowest one, data. Now segmentation, that is in information extraction part, our goal is to extract some clinically useful features. The knowledge here, developing some deep learning model or using some deep learning model, and we are finding or predicting progression or risk of metastasis. So that is done in this 3rd level. And finally, we are generating a responsible AI tool which will be assisting radiologists. So why I have given this model or separating 4 different hierarchical level, this is because when anyone is doing research, should understand at which level he or she is trying to contribute. So that is an issue. What we see that researchers are doing research, publishing papers, but they are not aware what is their goal or target. They are mixing up all these different levels, writing something which is meaningless. And this is comparable to that autonomous driving one, data that is acquiring multi-sensor data, then converting it into pedestrian detection, vehicle detection, that part. Understanding of scene, that is after segmentation, we got to put some tag or labels to data. And finally, we are getting a tool or self-driving tool that will be employed in car. So these are another example I have given here for agriculture. related intelligence. So this is just to complete this presentation so that it should not look like that this is applicable to a specific domain. Then we are going to model and task mismatch. So here lies the issue of selection, that if we are trying to generate text report and I am selecting this unit for that, it cannot do it properly or it will give some inaccurate results. Because here it is about pixel-wise mask detection and it is not understanding of natural language. Now, if we go for MRI segmentation and we are using LLM, text-only LLM, so it is not applicable to that. So this is my objective to explain that any tool with what is available nowadays and our task, we should have a proper mapping to utilize those. Yellow for image denoising, it won't work because here this is for object recognition, it is expecting some extraction, some features for that. So this is about wrong pairing of it. So we can have this matching hierarchy and we can map to this DIKW pyramid. So what we are trying to do, that raw data type we are handling its quality or modality, then we must understand the techniques we are applicable for this lowest level, those should be utilized. Then comes this second part, information, where we go for segmentation and that we can utilize, and we are moving to other models, that knowledge extraction, where we have yellow and ResNet. So these are nowadays very well-known terms in our deep learning part. And finally, we can generate that multimodal treatment recommendation depending on clinical decisions and planning. So issues we have, that is, in this pyramid, if we are putting all these levels properly, we understand that what are different issues. So for any system, if we have developed, and if we understand that issues are related to this, these are the problems: insufficient data, that imbalanced classes, noisy data, missing levels, missing values, some values are missing in some part. Then labeling was not done properly. We have a dataset bias for which it can generate poor generalization. Then data drift, collection of data, it is by that we have trained, but it is when we'll get in future some data that will be different, then that is data drift. Dimensionality it may not handle, because of that we may get overfitting. And some noise and for that irrelevant features, the performance may decrease. So these are the issues we are discussing for which performance may decrease that system we are trying to develop. Another one is it may inflate performance when we are testing, but later on when we'll be go for deployment, it will not work in that way. So in that first one we have data leakage. So here training data is getting some sense or idea of testing data. So data leakage is almost similar type of that question leak during exam. So that learning is not proper, and that's why nowadays people are, in fact, paper reviewers, they are expecting that data set should be the cross data set. Using one, we are training, and we can use some other for testing so that this leakage is not happening. Overlapping may exist, so some duplicate data when we are doing augmentation and other things, so duplicate data may be used for training and testing. There may be overlapping. And leakage of some features. So these are issues for which performance is inflated during training or validation part, which is not the actual performance of that system. Interestingly, some other issues which are not showing a decrease or increase in performance. So that is about missing values with strong imputation. So maybe another one which is now going on in our state, because that is about removal of some names from electoral roll. So that is about missing values of that strong imputation. But here it is saying that there will be no any change in the result performance, but in reality, who are loser, they won't accept it. Okay, then we can have some penalty term added, and we can get regularization of data so that high dimensional negative effect is reduced. Properly that handling of class imbalance. So this here we can have small noise which can be handled by the system itself, so there is no any change in performance. Now we are looking into this performance decreases for feature extraction, where we have some irrelevant features, missing important features. So I am giving these hints so that some system, when we have designed, if it is not performing as per our expectation, what could be the issues and what should be addressed. So that way we can have its hierarchy from 1 to 4. So in this also we have different issues, and if we have noisy features, so representation is unstable. Poor feature scaling, so features should be scaled into one range if we have different sources. High dimensionality, because of that we can have overfitting. And discriminative power, if it is less in data, so may not be separable properly by a very good system. And when we are doing some downsampling, then information loss may occur. Again, this data leakage that is affecting feature extraction, we are taking some features which are doing a correlation, it is showing, but exactly it is not. So that is spurious correlation. Then handcrafted feature that may overfit because it may memorize the system, but when we are deploying it, then it may perform badly. So these are the issues. And we have some other part that here there may not be any change. So we are putting some redundant features and we find that there is no change in the performance. High dimensionality where we can regularize using PCA or some other technique. So here we can get this control over overfitting. Missing features or imputation, in that some statistical features we may include. And here some noise, that slight noise that can be again mitigated by its effect, mitigated by the system itself. We can use some manual features. So that is another part. Then we are moving to the third level, here intelligence extraction. And underfitting is one part that it is not performing well. So model is weak to learn. So these are very well-known terms in machine learning. One is this underfitting and overfitting. Underfitting means we have data that we have, either data is not proper for training or the system is too complex, that machine learning tool or model. So it is producing, even during training, error is more. And overfitting is during training we have error is very low, but when we go for testing, error becomes high. And that's why in machine learning people talk about overfitting, not about underfitting, because underfitting, it is detected during training and people are not going to deploy this system if it is showing that underfitting problem. Then comes poor generalization. It is again a term that fails on unseen data. So if it is generalization is not good, it won't perform well during testing. Then optimization there, it is not finding proper maxima or minima, whatever is required. Then class imbalance, if it is there, then class imbalance means some class is having very less number of data, and that we face in our medical imaging or this healthcare domain. When we are collecting data, we find that healthy people is maybe around 90% and others are 10%. So that imbalance is already there in data collection. And sometimes system, it ignores that class. Then if there is bias, then we have this poor subgroup performance, different subgroup which are under this bias condition. Domain shift, so from one domain to another domain, if we are trying to deploy, so there may be failure. And data drift, on what type of data we are using for training, it may vary or change during or data that we are getting for testing. Then artificially increases performance. Overfitting, we have less number of data or a simple model, and we are training it again and again. So it memorizes those data what we have used for training. And during testing, it cannot understand or recognize new data pattern. So here, if we have a spurious correlation it has learned, then during testing again, it cannot produce that proper correlation. Here, test set that indirect optimization, if it is there, then hyperparameters that we are collecting or tuning, that those will not represent, in fact, whatever data or features it has to do or collect from the entire data set. This leakage is hidden, it will remain hidden, and it will surface during testing. Excessive model complexity, that is an issue here also, that performance increases during training, but in testing it fails. Evaluation on narrow data set. So for that data set it is performing well because all these are used and maybe these are considered to be simple. And then we have benchmarking memorization in LLM. So all this is whichever examples used, those are seen and can be reproduced. Then performance, the final one, the top level here, the responsible deployment of this system. Then lack of context awareness. We have used some data, but on what context those would be useful? If it is not guided, then prediction may be correct, but decision that is taken it depends on that environment, but we are not taking that into account, so it will be useless or it will give some wrong results. Poor that trade-off handling. So that is what we are collecting and what we are trying to deploy. In that, which one is more expensive? So we make compromise depending on that. And here, confidence misuse. So some results which is obtained on data, and we are deploying it for some other data or environment, but our confidence is so high that we are taking actions and those are not matching with the current situation. Here, human AI coordination also another part, that human is not as fast as machine, so there may be delayed response or there may be wrong intervention on that system. Poor robustness under these rare events. So crisis doesn't occur frequently, so we don't have data for crisis situations, and those are not in our training set, so it may be an issue when there is crisis, it may fail. Unsafe deployment, here out of scope, where it is not useful, still we don't have any solution, so we are putting it in some other one. And there is no any continual governance, so any performance decay is there, which may go unnoticed. And artificially increasing performance, metric misalignment. So based on the metric, we have, say, some performance measures we have used, but we are using some other performance measures when we are deploying it. Criteria for success, that also here, it may be so that it is ignoring size of data or environment, or it is lacking fairness. Automation over trust. So everything will be done by the system. For example, nowadays, like everything will be created, any report will be created by ChatGPT, but it is giving some wrong content or information. So that is to be looked into. And here, lab success may not be equal to field success. Here, benchmark only deployment claims in real field, it may be that performance is 98%, may go down to 68%. We can have some hidden human correction when system is developed. Developers are utilizing some concept or some steps. They are intervening and doing some kind of error fixing manually, which is not reported, and that during deployment is not done. So system may not perform in that way, what is done during development. Also, some favorable statistics are reported. So that is cherry-picked deployment metrics. Here, so accuracy is same, but explainability is not there. So interpretation, it may be difficult. So for what way it is working well. Regulatory is again an issue that there may be several external factors for which there may be slower deployment of the system. And depending on the stakeholders, what are their goals, there may be debate, and for that this deployment, it may not be done or properly it is not done. Here, accountability also, there is issue that how to calculate or how to find this accountability. And depending on this governance or who are looking into this maintenance part. And human override control, that earlier one that had disadvantage, but if we have a control in deployment, we may get some outcome may be better. Conservative deployment threshold, earlier it was like given inflated deployment, inflated development results. Here we can have some conservative deployment threshold so that it performs in at least lower than that in deployment. And ethical review process, that also should be included in this responsible deployment. Now I'm almost moving to this last one. So I'm giving some title to show or that what are the issues related to this pyramid, DIKW. These are some titles. So you can get these titles and you can work it on directly. So data stage where we have curating multimodal annotated MRI, CT, X-ray datasets for robust medical AI. So this could be one title for one PhD thesis even. So here you may not collect any data. So how come at this level you are working on this data? So I'm collecting data from different sources and putting a target for what purpose people will be using this data. For that we can do some curation and create it. And even there are some journals, they are accepting this type of work. Then we have information stage where automated lesion segmentation and radiomic feature extraction for clinical decision support. So this is mainly segmentation part. So if we go for classical concept of image processing, this is just segmentation or medical image segmentation. Then knowledge stage where we have deep learning method. This is about classification and prognosis prediction. And finally we have explainable and risk-aware clinical deployment framework for AI-assisted diagnosis. So now you can see at different levels how do we set our titles. And accordingly our outcome and experiments and results, those will be. So the vehicle detection also for these 4 stages, these are titles. So first one, it is at data level building large-scale multi-sensor traffic datasets for vehicle detection in urban environment. Next, we are going for feature extraction. So real-time lane vehicle and pedestrian feature extraction using camera lidar fusion. Knowledge stage. So here, detection and behavior prediction. There we have transformer-based model. And then this one, safe and ethical decision-making framework. So this framework is sitting on top of all these 3. So similarly, in other domain, agriculture, we have 4 titles: data, information, knowledge, wisdom. Smart cities. So any such domain, we can have these 4 levels, and accordingly we can set these titles. So in summary, if I go for this model here, DIKW, so these are some of the tasks or keyword which can represent these levels. So title suggestion here, we can have data, so we can focus on collection and measure of those data. Then title is dataset for Bengali handwritten numerals or collection of ECG signals using wearables. Then verbs we can use like collect, measure, sensing, measurement, survey, acquisition, like that. Then information, then analysis, segmentation. So here we have analyze, detect, summarize. Then knowledge, predict, model, recommend, modeling, prediction, like that. So selection of these words, keyword or verbs, that is also important so that we know this hierarchy. So title, once a title we are finding, we can upgrade it, like polyp dataset collection, it is at data level, we can upgrade it to wisdom, like multi-institutional polyp dataset for benchmarking and clinical decision support. Similarly, say image segmentation using CNN. So this type of title we see in generally in our papers or even in master's or PhD thesis. We can convert it into the better one, that image segmentation using CNN that can be converted into explainable deep learning for precise medical image segmentation. So by that, we are trying to say what are the things we are going to do. So again, third one, from data to information, thermogram analysis. From there we can go to breast thermogram analysis via multi-scale feature fusion. The face recognition, here it is robust face recognition framework for real-time secure application. So it is going from knowledge to wisdom. Why are we doing this? These are the points. One is increasing clarity and impact by that title. Whoever is reading it would understand at least what are things to be included in this thesis or paper. Highlighting novelty, that some unique contribution we can extract from that title, what this author is trying to say. Aligning it with the model, which stage it is, depending on those keywords. And we can have modern keywords by which searching can be done and we can find this article. And moving towards wisdom. So it is a great quote from, it is there in research methodology domain, that if we are stating a problem properly, then it is half solved. So if we can envisage that what are the things we are going to do, so that can be included in title. So it will tell us the different steps or outcomes that we will receive. So this model we have, and these are the terms we can use for individual level. On top, decision support or framework, policy, strategy, like that. Then knowledge, here we have explainable, predictive, adaptive, optimization, intelligent. These are the terms. Then information, doing some analysis, detection, prediction, segmentation, classification. And lowest level is about data, data acquisition, benchmark, annotation, challenge, all this. So here you can see this polyp segmentation using deep learning and converting it into explainable real-time polyp segmentation framework for clinical decision support. So there we have a stronger title. By that, here explainable term is there. It is giving us this essence of knowledge. Then real-time framework, here application, and clinical decision support is also reflecting the highest level, that is wisdom. So stronger titles build stronger research impact. What is to be done? The start with purpose. Then we are choosing this keyword depending on different stages of this DIKW model, and action verbs that we can include, and depending on those action verbs we are performing, we are designing our algorithms. So that will show novelty or applicability of the technique or model or things what we are trying to do. And finally, it will be going beyond algorithms, so it can be helpful to people and society. And here is this is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Wonderful words. So if I request all the audience, if you have any further query, you can ask. Sir is with us. I think no query is there. So we can just move forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you.
Okay, before concluding today's session, one of the felicitation is left. I would like to request our Associate Dean, Dr. Anirban Mitra, to come to the stage and to felicitate Dr. Pradip Dattagupta, our PDG is our beloved. So we are searching you, sir, from the morning. Finally, we have you with us. So it is a long wait, and without sir's help or without sir's support, the entire conference would have been impossible, because in each and every step, wherever we stuck, every time we knocked him, disturbed him without maintaining any time. So without him, it is quite impossible to make a successful program in the entire SNU. So thank you. And I think it is a very good frame in the stage also, because two of the person are really, they are every time with us, whenever it is required, whenever we are in trouble. Thank you, sir. Sir,
I am not talking anymore, because it's a more or less, because we will do the work. It is a team activity in SNU. We have built a team. All the teams will success. That's the all. আমরা কাজ করব, শুধু কাজ করলেই হবে. It will a great team of SNU. That portion I can tell you. We have built a team with all HODs, all supporters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So for today, I'm just ending the session here. Our technical parallel sessions are going on. So that is in track 1, track 2, and track 3. Track 1 and track 2 is going to be physical one, which are going on. Total 21 papers are getting presented today. And another rest of the paper will be presenting in hybrid mode for tomorrow. So tomorrow also we have technical presentations followed by keynote talk. Thank you all of you for this session today. Thank you.